Mets here, for all your Mets here, let's go. Bring it home, bring it home, bring it home make it happen. There's no stopping us now. We're gonna do it again. It's not a question of how. It's just a matter. It's just a matter. It's just a matter of when.
Hello again, everybody. Joe Piscopo, Shea Stadium. The big story. Mets 86. Exciting, thrilling, awesome. Let's take a look.
Do it. Do it. We got the teamwork to make the dream work. We got the teamwork to make the dream work. We got the teamwork to make the dream work. Ooh, we got the teamwork to make the dream work. We're gonna make it this time. We're gonna take it home. Come on! Let's go!
What's up, Met fans? Welcome back to Talking Mets at Rob. How is everybody doing on this rainy New York Tuesday? Right, today's Tuesday. Right here, doubleheader for the New York Mets, and I think it's a small blessing in disguise that the Mets got rained out yesterday, because I think they needed a mental break yesterday. After the Braves beat us down those 3 games of the series, I kind of think that it was kind of a little bit of a mental break that they needed. No matter if to these games mattered or not, I think it was important for them to get that mental break. And I think it's a little bit of a shot in the arm that the Braves lost 4-0 yesterday and they looked lifeless. And you know what? I kind of expected that, to be honest with you, after the emotional ride that they had the last 3 days. You expected a letdown. Maybe Brave fans didn't, but I expected it. And again, is there still a possibility the Mets win the division? Absolutely. Mathematically, they're still in it. Obviously, we know what's got to happen. The Mets got to win 3 games in a row. The Braves got to lose 3 games in a row. Again, that's very unlikely, but not impossible. And, you know, for baseball fans, especially Met fans, that are buying tickets to the playoff games, like I'm in a little bit of a pickle because I bought Friday and Saturday tickets for the wild card, and I also purchased game 1 and game 2 of the NLDS because it's still up in the air exactly what games the Mets are going to play. Now, I am selling game 1 most likely of the wild card only because I want to stream the first playoff game here with you guys because you guys been so great with me the entire year, and some have been with me since the beginning of the channel. So I wanted to have that experience with all of you Met fans that had to endure the pain with me last year, being over 100 days of in first place and over 170 days in first place this year. Again, we don't know how it's going to end 162 game season. That's why you play the games. But I thought it would be important because game 2 could be a clincher if we're playing in a wild card, if we win the first game. But I like to be there for game 2. And, probably if it's 1-1, maybe I'll just go into buying game 3. Who the hell knows? But all I know is that Anthony DeComo just tweeted from Citi Field that it is drizzling lightly at Citi Field, but they took the top off the field. So they're getting this game in on time. So tonight's game might be a couple of delays here and there, but they're playing that game. And as you guys know, Major League Baseball, the one good thing they actually did was game 162. They made sure everybody plays the same time. Obviously, West Coast teams are playing at 1 o'clock when East Coast teams are playing at 4 o'clock. Everybody's playing the same time. So everybody can nearly finish at the same time. So nobody's scoreboard watching. Somebody can, if a team like tomorrow, for example, if the Braves lose today and the Mets win 2 games in a row for the doubleheader, you don't want to have one team playing at 1 o'clock and the other team playing at 4 o'clock, and then the other team will be like, oh, well, they lost, so why we should play? So you just assume that that was the one thing Major League Baseball is. Well, again, there's still some jockeying today with the Phillies and the Padres. Obviously, yesterday the Phillies clinched, so it will be the Phillies and the Padres as the number 5 and 6 wildcard teams. It's still determined what they are doing, who's going to be where. Again, the Mets can still face the Phillies, the Mets can still face the Padres, and the Mets can still face nobody until the NLDS. We don't know yet. James, I don't think it's going to be a doubleheader tomorrow. I don't think Major League Baseball wants that to happen because not only does that affect the Mets wild card situation, because I don't think any way Major League Baseball is going to make a doubleheader happen tomorrow, because if the Braves lose today, both of those games matter tomorrow for the Mets, and the Mets don't want to use Jacob deGrom if they don't have to, right? If the Braves win today, Jacob deGrom's not pitching. If the Braves lose today and the Mets win the doubleheader today, they're pitching Jacob deGrom tomorrow. Buck Showalter has said that. Before I get started with anything else, TickPick is one of those third-party ticket sellers that sell event tickets, base sports tickets, concert tickets, all that fun stuff. So if you go down to the description on my YouTube channel, right there under this video, you click on the link, you get 10% off or $10 off, depending on what you spend. Usually for playoff tickets, it's over $100. So you're going to get $10 off the purchase price, and they have no fees at all. There's no taxes. There's no extra fees for buying tickets on the site. What you see for a ticket is what you pay for. So if it says $189, it is $189. So it doesn't have to be just for baseball or sports. It's for anything. So even if you're not going to the Mets game, you can't go, you're not in the state, hit on the link if you want to go to a baseball game in your state and wherever you're at, a playoff game or wherever, even though it might not be the Mets, you can use that link and you get 10% or $10 off depending on how much you spend to get that offer. That is right in the description. Just click on that link. It's for first-time new accounts. If you don't have a new account, if you already use TickPick, use a different email and set up a new account. It works the same way. So with that said, don't forget to hit on that like button. We're waiting for Mets versus Nationals game 160 of game 1 of a doubleheader today. And as you may or may not know, most of you probably do, probably all of you, the Braves did keep the Mets alive in the division by losing 4-0 yesterday to the Marlins. Lazarus, the lefty that pitched well against the Mets about a week ago, pitched very well against the Braves yesterday. And again, we all know that the Marlins do have really good pitching. They can outpitch anybody. That's how good their pitching staff is. And we all know, if you're a Braves fan, a Mets fan, a Phillies fan, even a Nationals fan, the Marlins always find a way to be a thorn in some team in the NL East that are trying to win a division, trying to make the playoffs. They always seem to play hard no matter who's on the team. And if you watch that Brave game yesterday, you saw a couple of pitches that were striking out a couple of Braves batters, pumping their fist, coming off the mound. So don't think they don't want to win those games. You know, they want to upset the Braves. They want to make the Braves feel like the Mets did during the weekend. And again, I already said I think the Braves are going to at least win one of those games. Again, I said that with the Mets too, and look what happened, right? Again, anything can happen. Again, it is not easy going from a very high, intense, emotional series going down to a team that you know you're better than, and the emotional and all the energy is kind of wiped out, especially in a ballpark that has like 2,000 fans. And it's not impossible, but it's not likely either. Again, like I said, so it's not impossible, but again, I still think the Braves are going to find the win one of those games, even if it is 162 tomorrow. Again, that would be, look, honestly, from my point of view, I want to make sure. The problem that I have is the fact that if the Braves lose today and the Mets win the doubleheader, then tomorrow 162 guarantees Jacob deGrom pitching tomorrow, and also guarantees if the Mets don't win the division in game 162, obviously the Mets have to win, the Braves have to lose tomorrow. If you use Jacob deGrom tomorrow to go for the division and you don't win the division because the Braves win, you lose Jacob deGrom for the wild card game. So that means Scherzer's going to pitch game 1, Bassitt's going to pitch to game 2, and if necessary, game 3 is either going to be Carrasco or Walker. So you lose Jacob deGrom. Yes, Jacob deGrom can pitch game 1 of the NLDS, but how unfortunate would it be that Jacob deGrom, the guy that we always had our eyes set, if we make the playoffs, we got to have Jacob deGrom healthy, and he might not even pitch in the postseason if the Mets don't get beyond the wild card round. But I still think you put Jacob deGrom tomorrow, if necessary, if it ends up being the Mets and the Braves are tied, and the possibility of the Braves losing and the Mets winning wins the Mets the division, I think it's absolutely necessary to pitch Jacob deGrom. And why do I say that? Because if the Mets win the division, you got a full 5 days extra rest that you give to Starlin Marte, who is one of the linchpins that we're desperately needed in this lineup, and be ready for the NLDS against whoever. It's either the Cardinals or whoever is the other team that they're going to face. Again, they still don't know if it's the Padres or the Phillies. The Cardinals don't know and the Mets don't know, or the Braves. Let's be real. There's no division title won yet, right? So again, the Braves, the Mets, and the Cardinals still don't know if it's going to be the Padres or the Phillies or a bye. Like, it's actually coming down to today, right? The Braves can come out today and take care of business. And again, I don't think it's the end of the world that the Mets, if the Braves win today, all right, we save Jacob deGrom for game 1 of the wild card game against either Philly or the Padres. We'll probably find that out either today or tomorrow. They're one game apart. I think Philly has the tiebreaker to San Diego, so Philly can get the same record as the Padres, and they get that number 5 seed instead of number 6 seed, and then the Mets play the Phillies instead of the Padres. So with that said, I do think that I'm pretty I wouldn't say I'm confident, because I can't be confident in a Mets team that has basically played 2 games over 500 in the month of September, who had the easiest schedule in the month of September. But I've seen this team, and like I said to you, having a postponement yesterday, I think mentally helped this team mentally. because I honestly think if the Mets would have went out yesterday and played, they would have lost. That's just my feel to the game. But given that extra day to just mentally, fly home, spend time with your family, enjoy the day, even though you probably have to stay indoors because the rain was shit yesterday. But it was nice. I think it was a good mental break for this team to take a break, take a deep breath, and the Braves basically gave you a little bit of hope, right? If the Braves would have won yesterday, obviously they won the division, and the Mets could have set up their rotation for the wild card, give a couple of guys a day off, and that's the other thing that is so important as well, because Lindor and Alonso have to keep playing until officially the Braves clinch or the Braves blow it. It's really that simple. And we will know by about 7:30 tonight, give or take. Well, I'm sorry, excuse me. We would know by the time our first game is over. If the Mets win, then the Braves have something to play for. If the Mets lose, division to the Braves. So, again, we won't know until the Mets either win or lose the first game, and then we both have to watch the Met game and watch the Brave game and scoreboard watch yet again. So, I think it's absolutely imperative for the Mets to still go as hard as they can to win the division. Still, yes, it's not in their hands, but what does that really mean, right? All that means is that now the Braves are finally in first place for more than 48 hours. Now they have somebody chasing them, right? Last year, again, I think people forget about this. The Braves took over the division, what was it? Almost the end of August, right? There was no Jacob deGrom after the second half of the All-Star break. The Mets were done after that point. So the Braves had no competition in the NL East after the middle of August. And that's what people tend to forget, that the Braves coasted to an NL East title last year because there was no competition after the middle of August. And now, yes, they tracked behind the Mets the entire year until the last 3 games that we just faced each other on, and they swept the Mets, what they had to do to even give themselves complete control of the NL East. But we'll see what happens, right? They got one of their worst pitchers going today against the Marlins. I don't see any, how can I say it? With the Braves yesterday, they looked lifeless yesterday. They thought they were showing up, and this is what I talked about with Jacob deGrom. deGrom showed up on Friday thinking that he can just show the back of his jersey, says 48 and deGrom, and everybody's supposed to fold and bow down and give him the win. The Braves look like that yesterday. They look like they can only show up. They know they're better than the Marlins. That's obvious. And they thought they can just show up and they're going to win. And you know what? They got the Marlins to play hard against them. Now, I think the Braves looked like the Mets during the weekend yesterday, to be honest with you. But you know what? It can be a little bit of a pressure situation if Jake Odorizzi shits the bit and gives you a bad outing and puts you behind the 8 ball. Of course, how good is the Braves offense? They can obviously come back, but they didn't score nothing yesterday, and there's no reason to think that they would not score today. I mean, I'd be shocked if they don't score today. So who the hell knows? And you just never know. You honestly just never know. And again, I think Brave fans yesterday clearly thought the Braves were going to win yesterday, but the Braves showed up just thinking they can show up, and the Marlins wouldn't have a fight, and the Braves would win. That was the idea, right? You didn't have to worry about the Mets yesterday winning. All you had to do was take care of your own business, and he didn't do it yesterday. Can he do it today? Probably. I mean, I don't think that they're going to lay down and not play well. But again, we've watched the Marlins throughout the years be very annoying to every team in the NL East that's a good team, that's trying for something. It seems like no matter who's playing, no matter if it was the Dontrelle Willis days, the Miguel Cabrera days, the Mike Lowe days, if it was these guys now, it doesn't matter. It's just something about the Marlins. And the Braves play a hell of a lot better at home. They got the energy from the crowd. They play a lot better at home. When you go into a park after that amazing crowd and atmosphere for those 3 games with the Mets, and going into a stadium that has like 3,000 fans and no energy, it's a huge difference. And I don't care what anybody says. I don't care how good your team is. Emotionally, you're going to fall back down to earth a little bit. And mentally, you're going to be like, ah. And you know what? That was clear yesterday with the Braves. Now, will they come out probably swinging away? Absolutely. But they also, if you noticed yesterday, they had a ton of strikeouts yesterday too. It seemed like they were swinging for the fences every single at bat as well. It's just that they hit the Mets and the Marlins. They couldn't hit the Marlins yesterday. It's freaking baseball. What do you want me to tell you? Well, Dante, you can't come on a Mets channel and tell somebody, a Mets fan, to worry about our own team when you clearly don't worry about your own team. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand that. Like, that's the problem that I have with some Braves fans. And, you guys are on the channel, but don't tell a Mets fan who's on a Mets channel to worry about their team when you're on a Mets channel worrying about the Mets. You can't go on a Mets channel and say you don't worry about the Mets, right? There are Braves channels. Nobody's forcing you to come on a Mets channel because you look like a troll, right? It's just how it is. Like, it's just, what are you doing? Like, I just don't understand. Dante, you just said when you first came in the chat that you hope the Braves win today. Well, where's your confidence level now, right? You were talking all that stuff over the weekend, and Acuna was pumping his fist on Sunday after he made the final out, acting like they won the NL East. Well, you still have to do it. And until you do it, you have nothing yet. And again, I don't think the Mets are going to sweep the Nationals. And that's my opinion. And this comes from a Mets fan who can't stand the Braves. I can be a total dick about it, but I'm not going to be, because I am realistic and I try to be fair. And that's the issue, that too many people think that they can just come on the channel, never watch, or put it this way, they might be watching, from afar. When things go well, that's when they actually use their fingers to type in the chat. Some of you do that, including Met fans, by the way. And you're not, or you just came onto the channel and you don't know what type of person I am. And especially with baseball, more than any other sport. Yeah, I'm going to be a Mets fan and I'm going to be biased at times. And I expect Brave fans to be biased at times as well. But when you're not realistic, Dante, you came on the channel today and look what you said. You said, I hope my Braves win today. You didn't feel very confident, but you were on here all 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, talking. And again, this is the problem that I have with fans of other teams that come on to other fans' channels that are not your team. When you don't do well, you whimper away. Again, I could have easily done no streams the last 3 games of the season. I interacted with Brave fans on my channel, and if you want to see the language that they had and the way they commented on certain things, I can call them out. But you know what? Those are social media bullies, right? They're the ones that talk shit on social media, and when they come in front of your face, they don't say a word, right? They whimper, right? I am not that type of person. When I go to Philadelphia, don't come into my face, because I will go right back at you, right? I don't have a problem with that. Everywhere knows where I sit at Citi Field. If you want to come and you're a Braves fan and a Phillies fan and you just want to root for your team, let's have fun. But you're not going to come into my face and act like a fool and don't think I'm going to come back at you, because I will. I did it in Philadelphia the last time I was there with the 7-Line Army. I was there with a Philly fan, and we went at it. Not because I was being a jerk. I was rooting for my team. Listen, a Let's Go Mets chant shouldn't bother you. All right? A Let's Go Braves chant, or whatever you guys say, shouldn't bother a Mets fan. But when you make it about an individual person because you're a jackass, you will get called out. It's very simple. And that's what I do with Met fans. That's what I do with, like, I don't like Brave fans, or I don't like Met fans going onto other channels and troll. I can't be a hypocrite and talk about Brave fans, Philly fans, Yankee fans, Dodger fans trolling on my channel and not call out my own Met fans. That's not fair. That's not fair to you guys who are good fans of another team that hang out in the chat. You might like this channel more than a Braves channel. That's your prerogative, right? But you clicked on the stream. I didn't tell you or force you to come on the stream. If you troll and you make it personal, you're gone. I can assure you there's many other channels that will like your troll job and enjoy it, right? That's all you have to do. And once again, if you want to be on this channel, you're welcome to be on this channel. Brave fan, Met fan, Brave, Dodger fan, Yankee fan, I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. But when you show up when your team wins and when your team loses, you're nowhere to be found. And don't say, oh, I was on your channel, I just didn't say anything. Well, if you have time to watch for 2, 3, 4 hours sometimes, and you don't say nothing when your team is losing, well, how can I respect you as not a front-running fan? Because that's what you are. Met fans included, by the way. Don't think I leave you guys out, because there is some of you. That's it, right? I could easily sat back, waited for the wild card series or whatever series the Mets play in, not have another stream, maybe do a Mets Talk Live, but not have a stream today, or if yesterday's game was played, or even tomorrow. I'm going to the game tomorrow, so there's no stream. But I don't block people just because you're rooting for your team. If you think I do that, you don't know who I am. And especially, I'm more critical of my Mets fans that are on this channel than I am with fans of other teams. You want to X Ken? You want to X certain other people on this channel? I bitch, moan, complain, criticize Met fans all the time. And if you don't believe me, you can look at the channel comments for the last 6 months of a stream. You can look at every one of them. I guarantee you I went after another one. I went after a Met fan on Twitter today who I call the front runner. I don't remember his name. I think his name was Josh or something like that. He might even follow my channel. I don't know. But he said on the channel, oh, I'm not watching these games against the Nationals. They don't matter. And this is after the Braves lost, by the way. So I said to him, oh, if the Braves lose today and the Mets win the doubleheader, I guarantee you're going to be watching game 162. He's like, oh, yeah, because it matters. Well, yeah, because you're a front runner. When things are going well, you're there. But when they're going bad, go watch football. I don't know what to tell you. Like, don't do it. Like, don't be a hypocritical idiot. And I don't care if you're a Mets fan, because you're just as hypocritical as other front-running fans of other teams. And this was all throughout last night into the morning. This guy kept on tweeting. And again, I know I saw his tweets before, but he was the one that was waving his pom-poms in June and July when the Mets were in first place doing well. And then all of a sudden, a bad September for the Mets, or an okay September for the Mets, and a bad series against the Braves. And there he goes. He whimpers. But he'd be the first one in line at Citi Field on Friday for the wild card game, or the first guy in line on October 11th if it's the NLDS. Those are front runners, and I call out them. If you follow me on Twitter, check it out. People were laughing at us going back and forth, but it's just how it goes. Be a real fan. Don't be a punk when your team loses and nowhere to be found. When you're not winning and you're on the channel waiting to troll, you're a front runner. Just because you don't believe it, that doesn't mean you're not, right? So that's where it is, and enjoy, right? So we got game 160, game 1 of the doubleheader today. Mets, Nationals today. This game should be ending around the same time the Braves game against the Marlins is about to start. So the Braves will know where they need to, what happens. Because if the Mets lose that game, this game today, game 1, the Braves don't have to do nothing. It's over for the division, right? If the Mets win, the Braves know what they have to do. All they have to do is win, right? And, both the game 2 and the Braves game is going to be happened around the same time. So with that said, let's get right to the game day. Let's get right to the lineup and the pitcher matchup for today's game. I'm going to share my screen as always. Just give me 1 second. There we go. Alrighty, guys. Let me just pull it up real quick. Alrighty. So for the Mets, Carlos Carrasco is on the mound trying to bounce back after his bad performance against the Marlins last week. Trying to bounce back, needed a good start. Obviously, it's a must-win game for the Mets to have a chance at the NL East still. And, of course, for the... Who the hell's pitching for? Something Abbott. I forgot his name. Charlie Abbott, Corey Abbott, something like that. Let me see. Hold on. Corey Abbott. There we go. I know I had something like that. Corey Abbott is pitching for the Nationals. So, with that said, let's go over the Mets order for game 160 and game 1 of the doubleheader. Brandon Nimmo leading off, playing center field. Francisco Lindor batting second, playing shortstop. Jeff McNeil, who is 1 point ahead of Freddie Freeman for the batting title with 3 games to go for the Mets. Pete Alonso cleaning up, playing first base. Eduardo Escobar batting fifth, playing third base. Daniel Vogelbach DH and batting 6. Mark Canha playing left field, batting 7. Tyler Naquin right field, batting 8. Tomas Nido batting 9th and catching. That is your lineup against Corey Abbott for the Nationals. And for the Nationals, we'll go through their lineup really quickly. Thomas batting first, right field. Abrams, shortstop, batting second. Meneses, who's been a revelation for the Nationals, who's been a career minor leaguer and shown that he has a ton of power. And you know what? He's beat the Braves. He's beat the Mets. So wouldn't be surprised if he does some damage in this game. Voit DHing, cleaning up. Garcia, second base, batting 5th. Hernandez, left field, batting 6th. Vargas, third base, batting 7th. Robles, center field, batting 8th. And Adams catching, batting 9th against Carlos Carrasco for the Mets. So with that said, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button before the game so we can get more people in the stream for game 160 of the season for the New York Mets and game 1 of the doubleheader that starts at 4:10 at a rainy Citi Field. So it will be interesting to see if the rain somewhat holds up. It is light rain right now, but according to Anthony DiComo and a couple of other beat writers for the Mets, they said that they're going to start the game on time. If there's rain delays, who knows? We'll find that out. But no doubt about it, they're going to play 2 today. If it takes until midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning tonight to get the both games in, they're going to do it. They are not going to make the Mets play a doubleheader tomorrow when they only have a day off before a wildcard series, if that's the case for the Mets. And that's why they're going to play it out tonight. Might be a long night for all of us, right? Once again, guys, I am only streaming game 1, not game 2. So make sure you hang out in game 1, have fun, enjoy. Let's talk amongst ourselves, and we will have a good time. And hopefully the Mets win and keep their hopes alive in the NL East so you can, for game 2, you can at least have a little bit of enjoyment scoreboard watching while watching the Met game for game 2. Right? That's what the hope is, right? Still be alive by game 2 tonight. That's the most important thing, right? So we will see. And Judah, I said the same thing. I said, watch, the Braves are going to lose tonight. The Mets are going to win the 2, and then somehow, some way, the Braves are going to lose and get swept by the Marlins, and the Mets are going to have a close game the entire game and lose in like the 8th or 9th inning where the Nationals go ahead and the Mets falter. I mean, that would be typical Mets, right? But we'll see. Anything can happen. And yes, Marte, see, it was funny. 2 days ago when Marte was swinging off a tee and throwing a ball a little bit, there was like, he was feeling pain. It felt like Buck said like there was like no hope. Today he came out and says that Marte felt a little better, but it's still a wait and see. And he also said that, you know, it's still a 50-50 chance he can be on the wild card roster or the postseason roster for the first series at the 11th hour. So that could mean that there's enough progress where it could be a last minute decision. I don't know what time the rosters have to be finalized for the wild card postseason. I don't know, or the playoffs. It probably has to be sometime Thursday, I guess, or Friday morning. But it's going to come down to the last hour. I'm assuming Marte's going to swing today or tomorrow and see where he's at, and then probably swing a little bit on Thursday and throw the ball. And if he feels good enough, I guess he'll be in the lineup if the Mets are playing on Friday. So again, the Mets are here, still a chance for them to win the NL East. Again, it's not up to them. It's up to the Braves losing. Again, no matter what the Mets do, the Braves win, it's over for the division. So again, the Braves lost yesterday, gives the Mets hope coming into today. Game 1 of the doubleheader, the Mets have an opportunity to put a tad bit of pressure on the Braves, knowing that when the Braves started, what is the game, 6:40 today in Miami? When the Braves have their first pitch, I want them to probably know. I mean, the game probably won't be over by then, but I want them to have a pretty good idea that the Mets are going to win that game. So they probably be about an inning or two ahead by the time the Mets start the second game. And there we go. So with that said, guys, Mets Nationals at a rainy City Field trying to play 2. And I think there will be no doubt about it. They will be playing 2. They've been working on the ground, the field for a while. So they're going to play both of these games. When the second game's going to end, who the hell knows? By that time, we probably know if the Braves win or lost. So we got about 7 minutes until game time, so make sure you get your popcorn, get your soda, get your beer, get your liquor, get your water, whatever you need to drink or eat to watch the Mets and Nationals game 1 of the doubleheader today in game 160 for our New York Mets. And somebody said that you like the shirt. Thank you. I think Ken said it or somebody else. This is the 7-line Queens Edition shirt. It's got the Shea street sign. It's got the 7-line logo. It's got some confetti and the word Queens, and it also has the 7 train as well, and the World Globe. Obviously, if you've ever been to Citi Field or in Flushing in general, they have the World Globe and all that stuff in the Flushing Park. So there you go. That's the whole Queens Edition college shirt. And of course, if you're a 7-line person who likes to buy stuff, the postseason shirts and all that stuff is available at the 7-line right now. So you want to go get that. And once again, guys, if you are looking for concert tickets, event tickets, whatever it is, doesn't have to be baseball, but if you're looking to buy playoff tickets, even if you're not a Mets fan, if you're a Braves fan, if you're a Yankees fan, Dodger fan, go on the description underneath this video right now. There's a link for TickPick. You get 10% or $10 off depending on what you spend. And obviously, if you spend over $100, you're going to get a discount on that price. There's no fees, no taxes, nothing. So the price you see when you're looking at tickets is the price you will pay. There will not be extra fees added on when you're going into the last part of the place to order. And it goes right to your ballpark app right away. I use TickPick a lot. So it goes right to your ballpark app. Make sure you use the email that is set up on your TickPick account for the ballpark app so they can send it to your ballpark app. And again, if you use TickPick and you want to get the discount anyway, use a different email and you set up a new account and you'll be ready to go and you get the $10 or 10% off. So make sure you do that in the description. If you're looking for a ticket for the playoffs for your team or whatever, click on that. You get a discount and you don't have to worry about the fees or anything like that, like StubHub and Game Time and or Vivid Seats or everything like that charge a lot of fees. And you could spend $150 for a playoff ticket and it ends up being $200 with all the fees. So here we go, guys. And yes, Jacob, if they're in the wild card series, they got all 3 games at home. So they don't have to travel. There's no traveling. So it looks like a little rainy at Citi Field right now. Obviously, I don't expect a big crowd on a Tuesday afternoon with rain and chilly. It's not a nice day here at all. The wind sucks. The rain sucks. It's just not a good time to watch a ball game, for an afternoon Tuesday. Webbs, what's up, buddy? So, yeah. So with that said, waiting for the game to start. Umpires are coming onto the field. Managers are going to bring out the lineup cards just now. Field crew, the grounds crew is still working on the field, so they're going to keep it as best they can. Again, if it's light rain like this, they can get through the games. That's not an issue. Aaron, you sure about that? Again, Aaron, you shouldn't be worrying about the Mets. I mean, you should. This is what I'm talking about with the trolls. See what I'm saying? Like, you have control over your own destiny to win the NL East. Worry about your team. You know, that same team that lost 4-0 yesterday against the lifeless Marlins who are not going nowhere. I don't understand that. Oh yeah. I don't get it. Jay, I know you said something. Give me a second. Playing Dodgers in the LDS might be a better. Well, yeah, I know people have been saying that, and that goes for the Braves as well. You know, whatever scenario happens, you know, I think most teams would rather face the Dodgers in the NLDS than CS because it's a 5-game series instead of 7. You know, a 5-game series can easily go either way. Obviously, a 7-game series can go either way as well, but you don't have to go through the grind of a 7-game series when it's only 5 games. So yeah, that could be a different story. But again, you know, for all we know, the Braves and the Mets might lose in their first round they play. Right? We don't know. Right? That's the whole idea. Aaron, I don't know, buddy. Well, I mean, look at the comment he said. This seems like a pretty pointless stream. Mets over. Like, no, it's not. Like, that might be in your mind, but again, you seem like a very nice front runner. So, but you're on my stream anyway, so I don't get it. It is. How do we not have a shot? Is mathematically, are we out of it? Have the Braves won yet? Have the Mets lost yet? No. Again, you're a typical, and I'm embarrassed for you being a Mets fan because you're that type of Mets fan who saying it's pointless, but you're on my stream, which is a Mets stream, and you're probably watching a Met game. And if you're not, you're clearly going to listen to it if you're on the stream. So I don't know what to tell you on that point. So again, you're going to be the one who were probably killing everybody. And you know what? Last year in September, the Mets had pointless games, right? Last year in September. I did streams last year. You know, you're a baseball fan. You watch baseball. You watch the games. Again, you're one of those Wilpon apologists who have to find every negative aspect for the Mets, and you thinking it's pointless, but the Mets mathematically are still not out of it. Until the Mets lose and the Braves win, or the Braves win, they still have a chance. And if you don't see that, I don't know what to tell you. But you'll be at the playoff game as soon as the Mets get into a playoff game. You'll be there, or you'll be watching it. So I don't know what to tell you, buddy. I don't know. I don't know how to help you in this situation. If you think they have no shot, then you're not. Either you can't do math, or I think you can do math. I don't think you're stupid, but realistically, you're one of those fans, and that's a problem. I think you rather have negative. I think you rather bitch and moan and complain about the Mets than rather enjoy a Mets season that they have one of the best seasons in their best seasons in franchise history, even though they shit the bit on the weekend, which I completely get. You're pissed. We're all pissed, but they still have a shot. Until the Braves win or the Mets lose, they still have a shot. All right, so here we go. Game's about to start. It's 4:10, Rainy City Field. Game 1 of a doubleheader. Let's see if the Mets can keep hopes alive. They win. The game's going to be almost over by the time the Braves and Marlins start at 6:40. So let's see if the Mets can get the job done. They didn't do it in a weekend. Let's see if they can get it together in this series and still give hope into game 2. So here we go, guys. You know the drill. Listen up. Make sure you can hear the audio and let me know in the comments, guys. Well, Butterscotch, it's not about being positive. It's not. This is not me being positive, but you have to be realistic. Realistically, the Mets still have a shot. Until the Braves win or the Mets lose, they have a shot. That's not positive. That's just a fact. It's not my opinion. It's a fact. And I don't know what to tell people with that. So here we go. First pitch coming up. Listen up. Let me know in the comments if you can hear the audio. Enjoy SNY because you only got 3 games left with SNY until the playoffs. Here we go, guys. Can you hear the stream? Can you hear the audio? Excuse me.
27-year-old from Knoxville, Tennessee, steps in to start a soggy afternoon. Carrasco's first pitch is a fastball in for a strike, and we're underway.
That actually may be one more pitch than I thought they might be able to get in today when you looked at forecast. But
I don't know, Jacob. Every time Marte has come back from an injury, he's done well the first day he came back. You know, he's not that type of player that needs, like, he's not John Carlos Stanton that comes back from an injury and needs 3 months to get acclimated back to baseball activity. All right, so here we go. 0-2 count to Thomas.
Vendors to fans, because you might have your own personal vendor tonight.
That's a good point. You know, if you're the hot dog guy, you might be carried around those hot dogs.
Steven, not yet.
Yeah, that Nathan's case might seem heavy for quite a while. Usually lightens up pretty quickly.
We might need to invite the Nathan's guy up here so we can lighten his load a little bit. I know Al would eat as many hot dogs as we put in front of him. 1-2 to Thomas on the ground.
Ground ball, and Lindor does not make the play, and should be an error. Well, they might give an infield hit or an error to make the first batter get on first in the top of the first.
I think he was a little ginger on his step right there because
But Jacob, I bet you said that in 2015 when no player on the Mets had any playoff experience with pressure, and they made the World Series. So I don't like when people say that. It makes no sense. Did the Nationals have all that playoff experience when they won in 2019? No. Oh, they called it a foul ball.
I believe that was the call. Was safe. Or do they call it a foul ball?
They called it a foul ball. Interesting. Right now, McNeil is leading by 1 point over Freddie Freeman.
So it's a loose play by the Mets to start this game. Fortunate there that the call was foul. We'll play umpire DJ Rayburn.
Let's see if this ball was foul. Oh, that looked like a fair ball, but umpire called a foul ball.
Third base side.
Brings Escobar in a little bit closer at third base as Abrams takes a sinker for a strike, and it's 0-2. Abrams picks
Well,
up
Ron,
San Diego, and
they put themselves in that situation, and that's the only way they're probably going to do it, right? But that doesn't mean the Braves can't get knocked off at some point either.
Thomas with 8 stolen bases this year.
By 2015, the road to the World Series wasn't easy either.
7 games last year, they've already lost 104 this year.
Right, had to go through the Dodgers, had to go through the Cubs. That was not supposed to be easy. Ground ball should be Pete Alonso get the guy on first. Thomas goes to second base, 1 out. Ellen, how you doing? Yeah, but you're acting like 5 things need to happen. The Braves need to lose, the Mets need to win. That's not impossible. It's not like we need the Phillies, the Padres, and the Dodgers to all lose, and the Braves to lose, and the Mets to win. No, you need 1 thing to happen, 2 things to happen. Mets win, Braves lose. It's not rocket science.
34 driven in. He has been an incredible story.
Marte is not the type of guy to press. If you watch him all year, he doesn't press. All right, he's been one of our best players on this team. He's not a guy who presses. Now, Alonso, on the other hand, yes, but Marte, no. You're talking about pressure to the wrong guy.
For rookie of the year, but I think the 2 guys in Atlanta are going to easily finish 1-2.
Aaron, Sandy, Alcantara is not pitching. They shut him down for the rest of the season.
Spencer Strider right behind him.
Absolutely.
Vanessa is homered in his big league debut against the Mets on August 2nd. And he fouls that one into the ground.
Like, Jacob, do you realize that Marte came back after his first injury in Colorado, being out 2 weeks, and he didn't go to the minors. He played that day when he came off the IL and hit a home run in Colorado. Yeah, it's a nasty day at Citi Field, guys. It's not pretty.
It's the Nationals. They just played in this weather all weekend against the Phillies. Wound up with a rain-shortened game on Sunday.
All right, Jacob, but that's Judge. Judge has been awful in the playoffs every year of his career. So But
pitcher blowing up
Marte,
their hands, and you go from
it
what
doesn't have
seems
mindset
summer
like
to
some
winter,
players.
and as a
Hey,
baseball
Chad, how you
player,
doing, buddy?
you're
Thank you for
sort of
coming
used
back.
to the conditions, the warmth, to be able to hold the ball. Now, all of a sudden, it's back to April again.
Thomas at second with one out, and Meneses takes below the knees, and it's 1-2. Void the on-deck batter.
Jacob, you might be right, but you make it seem like it's a guarantee that he'll come back and not be good at all. That you don't know that. The same way nobody knows that, but you can't just say, "Oh, he's going to be useless in the playoffs when the Mets when he comes." That doesn't make sense.
I would imagine it's no fun to catch in these conditions.
At times it certainly can be, especially if there's wind. I think cold is one thing. At least you have the gear on back there. You're a little bit warmer. You're crouched. It's being out of the open.
Well, Chad, the Marlins play hard. I mean, they're not a very good team, but they play hard.
Your hands baked up because you can feel it a little bit more when it's cold.
Meneses shoots the fastball foul. I guess that thing's true.
Well, Aaron, there's no guarantee that Darvish will even be
You get one off,
playing the Mets because it could be the
As
Phillies.
you probably recall, I did not like hitting in the cold weather. I was not one of those guys. I used the little heater in the on-deck circle.
I like how people are talking about the playoffs already when this game still matters.
Heaters under them. I never realized that until old-timers game.
Well, that's great, but that doesn't really help the guys around the field, does it?
No, not at all. I mean, you get as much warmth as you can. You put the little things in your back pocket, but at some point, and it's not freezing cold right now. It's tepid. It's okay, but it's not comfortable. Let's put it that way.
It's raw. That's what it is. It's a raw day, unlike November. 3-2 coming to Meneses, and he grounds one to second.
Ground ball should be 2 outs. Runner goes to third. 2
The
outs.
second out, Thomas goes to third. So
Corey, the Mets are already in, so your comments stupid.
Runner at third with 2 out. Luke Voigt coming up.
Corey, can you do math? I'm just curious.
A lot of balls
Have the Braves won the division yet?
out of play all the time now, but you can really
No,
tell it's
not
a
yet.
bit
Probably
pressure on
yes.
This field, as soon as that ball comes,
Aaron, what are you talking about? You don't think Gary Cohen did terrible seasons for the Mets? This is the second best record the Mets ever had. Best teams in their history. And you think Gary Cohen is just going to be like, who cares?
So trade. He was not supposed to be in the original deal. It was supposed to be Eric Hosmer, but then
Keyword water, about to, right?
Worked the trade. Voigt wound up in National. Padres.
I mean, come on, guys. Let's do the math. I hope you guys can. I think we all went to elementary school. At least I hope so.
12 teams who were in the postseason are all set. The question now is going to be the matchups with the 2 longest.
Jacob, but that's an
rounds of Major
opinion.
League Baseball having ended in Seattle and Philadelphia.
Again, that's not a fact. We don't know. For all we know, he might be the best player in the postseason when he comes back. And Alonso might be a joke in the postseason. We don't know. Well, Robert, I think every fan base would like their own announcers to do the playoffs, to be honest with you. National broadcasts suck, no matter what fan base you are. All right, so 0-2 count, 2 outs, man on third, 17 pitches for Carrasco.
That could bear dividends for the Nats for years to come. And you'd have to think for the Padres as well, because you can't believe that Juan Soto is going to be at the level he's been at this year. Here's the 0-2. And bounces in as a changeup, and it's 1-2.
Especially have an opportunity to find out, come October baseball, that's when they're going to want to see what they got out of Juan Soto, because that's the reason big part of the reason they made that move. He's had experience and done great in the postseason, so we're hoping he heats up.
Aaron, I agree.
1-2 coming to Voigt, and he gets
Popped it up, but the wind, it's not going to be an easy pop-up. The wind's blowing. And Canna calls off Lindor and ends the inning. Going to the bottom of the first, no score. All right, so a little shaky for Carrasco, but with 19 pitches, he goes out of the inning with a runner in scoring position, but gets out of it, and the Mets are coming up in the bottom of the first. Well, Robert, it's cold, rainy, and it's a 4 o'clock on Tuesday. It's nasty. I'm not gonna lie. I went out this morning and it was just like, it felt like only like 3 weeks ago it was like 80 degrees. Like, it's weird. Like, it literally went from summer the hell with fall when we're like on the precipice of winter. Like it's not nice out at all. Like it's not very like if it's a playoff game, every stadium would be packed, right? No matter what. Yeah, Jacob. I bought tickets for game 1 and 2 of the wild card and game 1 and 2 of the NLDS. Just because, well, it's not official yet, and you get your money back if one of those series don't happen. So again, so I did do that. So I'm just, I'm probably gonna, like I told most of you guys, if you weren't in the stream earlier, I'm probably selling game 1 of the wild card series because I would like to have fun with you guys in game 1 of the series. Game 2 could be a clinch getting out of the wild card, or it could be a necessary win for the Mets or whatever. So, I'm getting my money back either way. It's just a matter of if it's going to be $186 or $230, depending on what series the Mets playing. So, but I'll be going to a couple of playoff games. That's for sure. And they're showing the wind, how much is blowing, and everybody's just freezing. Poor people. Oh, yeah. If San Diego loses and the Phillies... Look, the Phillies have the tiebreaker against the Padres season series-wise. So all the Phillies have to do is tie the Padres in these next 2 games. So the Phillies can be the second one or the 5th seed instead of the 6th seed. Well, we'll see. Either way, I'm getting my money back for something. So I don't think he's going to be back for the wild card series, but Buck said it's going to be to the last hour to see if Marte is going to be on the wild card roster. If the Mets have to play a wild card series. All right. Bottom of the first, no score, Nimmo up.
12 in the series in Atlanta. Starts the day 7th in the National League in on-base percentage. And takes a fastball for a strike and is 1-1. Todd mentioned Abbott pitching well against the Mets. It was his first start for the Nats. Only his second career start back on August 2nd. He threw 5 scoreless innings in D.C. And that fastball catches the inside corner. It's 1-2. That's also seen Abbott in relief. It's been really good early in games, not so much.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. That's been the season of the Padres all year. Nimmo flies it to left field with the wind. It might be a little crazy, but he makes the catch, 1 out. Jacob, both of them are actually. The NLDS games are around 220 to 250, depending on where you sit. Obviously, there'll be more, but I'm an upper deck guy. I like to be behind home plate, upper deck. That's just my spot. But again, the Padres are talented. We all know that. They can show their power, their all-star power at any moment. But they also have been a team that you saw what happened yesterday, right? They've done that all year. And that's what they've been for the last couple of years.
He takes up and away. Ball 1 from Abbott. Lindor starts the day 3rd in the National League with 100.
All right, so Lindor's up with 1 out, bottom of the first. It looks like the wind's blowing and it looks like it's circling. Ground ball should be an easy out. 2 outs.
This game is being played at half speed early on, Todd. This game is of great importance still to the Mets who are alive, and they've got to find a way to get out of second gear, even though
G. Steezy, if you're going to Citi Field for your first time, I'm a big proponent of sitting behind home plate, upper deck. Now, it doesn't have to be the 500 level. It could be the 400 level or the 300 level. Those are the best seats. You see everything. A lot of people like the field level. I don't. To experience it, if you want to, fine. But I like behind home plate, either 300, 400, or 500 level. And McNeil hits a shot, and that's a double. There we go. There you go. Getting his average up more. Good start. Good start. Perfect. Getting that average up is leading the league in average by a couple of points now over Freddie Freeman. Jeff McNeil is just a hitting machine. Pete Alonso coming up with 2 outs and a man on second. Well, Ken, we talked about this. Lindor should have got more days off in late August into early September, and he didn't do that. Now it's actually hurting him. All right, Pete, let's go. Yeah, McNeil was the only one hitting in that series against the Braves. The Braves couldn't get McNeil out.
He watches high from Abbott, ball one. McNeil was less than a point ahead of Freeman when the game began, but with that double down, 2 points. In the league, it was 13 points behind as recently as a week ago.
Well, Hader has a lot of innings under his belt at a young age.
Now he's hitting 519, 18 for 36 over those 9 games.
You know, Hader's those type of pitchers that pitch so much in the early part of his career, where the middle to late part of his career, he's only going to decline. He's not going to get better. 315, 320 is not bad. That's a pretty good seat. And you're kind of secluded, too, because nobody can go in there unless you have a ticket in those sections. So, in the 300 level. Come on, Pete. And Alonso takes 3-0.
Escobar would be next. Let's try to jump out early. That's the one thing that the Mets have discovered in these games against the teams that are at the bottom of the standings in September and now into October.
Well, at the moment, it's going to be probably a last-minute decision to put him on the roster for the playoffs for the wild card series if the Mets make that series.
Against teams below 500 since that series with the Dodgers.
3-0 to Pete Alonso, man on second, 2 outs, bottom 1.
As much as the series in Atlanta hurt them, that hurt them just as much.
And ball 4. So 2 men on with 2 outs. Eduardo Escobar coming to the plate.
Careful to Pete right there, but Escobar is as hot as anybody in this lineup. See the ball well, but he wanted no part of Pete.
Eduardo just named National League Player of the Month for September. He had 340 in the month with 8 home runs and an OPS of 1,042. It was an incredible performance by Escobar. And then he continued that in Atlanta by going 4 for 11 in the 3 games. Batting here with 2 out and 2 on. McNeil at second, Alonso at first. It's too high, and Abbott missing consistently high with that fastball. On track presented by Amtrak. 2-2. That's good, right?
That's really good. And by the way, we've talked about, I'm not quite sure what all I do in the studio. Once in a while, I analyze these guys, and he's been somebody that I've been enjoying analyzing over the last month and a half.
So are you saying that he has received a seal of approval?
Oh, he's received a couple of those seal of approval, but I think the thing that
All right, so 1-1 to Escobar.
is he became more upright, especially from the left-hand side of the plate, and that he was crouching enough that he was uppercutting and missing the ball at the belt, even and above. Now he's staying above the baseball.
Come on, Eddie.
Much better at delivering that fastball on the top of the zone.
Ball 2.
The ball to all fields. They still shift against him, but he's had a significant number of hits the other way, batting left-handed during this hot streak.
He's a guy that's always loved the low ball. He's a great low ball hitter, but pitchers were just dominating and staying consistently at the top of the zone, and that adjustment has made that a weapon.
Swings at a bad pitch, 2-2.
Bounced, and it's 2-2.
Tell you, it's if you play baseball in the cold, wet cold, it's never fun. Swinging the bat, gripping the ball, standing on the field, freezing your ass off, it's not fun. It's not fun at all.
Began his big league career with the Cubs last year.
Go on, Eddie.
Traded to the Giants, and then the Nats got him on waivers in May.
And Escobar strikes out with 2 men on, going to the top of the second. No score. So Mets left 2 men on in the bottom of the first, going to the top of the second. Well, Jacob, it's going to be definitely a decision based on what Marte says. Marte felt a little bit better when I guess he took batting practice either last night or today early. And when Buck spoke before the game today, he said that Marte felt a little bit better. Buck said it. It's going to be at the 11th hour to either put Marte on the postseason roster if it's a wild card series or not. So we'll have to wait and see, right? again, we know how important Marte is to this team and this lineup. There's no doubt about that. But again, there's no excuses for this team, Marte or not, right? You can't go into Atlanta with your 3 best starters and your offense basically intact for the most part, and nobody showed up except Jeff McNeil in the lineup and a little bit of Vogelback. And your pitchers, I don't care what anybody says, all right? Everybody's like, oh, the Mets offense, the Mets offense. I spoke on WFAN the other day to Tiki and Tierney, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It was 11:20 when my call went, when I called in to them. I said to them, everybody wants to talk about the offense. Brandon Tierney was talking about the offense and the big bat and everything like that. But no matter what you want to say, the Mets gave Jacob deGrom a 1-run lead, gave Max Scherzer a 1-run lead, and gave Chris Bassett a 2-run lead. Yes, they should have tacked on, but you gave your best pitchers leads. They need to hold them. Scherzer, deGrom, and Bassett didn't need to be perfect. They needed to be good enough. They were bad. Plain and simple. I mean, deGrom had the best start out of all 3 of them, besides 3 home runs. He has a better line. So we'll see. Right? All right. Top of the second, no score.
Garcia has torn up the Mets this year. 452 in his 31 at bats against the Mets, and he has 2 of his 7 home runs this year against New York. Garcia, who was born in the city, grew up in the Dominican Republic.
Ground ball. Oh, what a play by Lindor. Nice play. That was not an easy leap at all. He went high to catch that ball for the first out.
Ball appeared to be ticketed for left center, but Lindor had the hops.
Who was that? TJ, listen. I think in the playoffs, anybody can eat anybody. If anybody is looking to play a certain team, it's going to bite you in the ass. That's the way I see it. Go and play. Because anybody can beat you at any given moment, right? Everybody who played the Nationals in 2019 in the playoffs. And that's a base hit for Hernandez. 1 out, 1 on. You know, the 2019 Nationals, I bet every team that faced them or every fan base that faced them, they were going to beat them, so they wanted to play them. And it never happens for any of the teams that faced them. Same thing with the Braves last year. I can assure you some teams are like, 88-win team, the Braves aren't that good, and they won the World Series. So going into the playoffs, you worry about every team. If you don't worry about every team, it's going to bite you in the ass 9 times out of 10.
One thing has been true about the Nationals this year, amidst all their changes and amidst 104 losses, they are
again, don't wish a team. Don't wish to play a team because it will bite you in the ass. So 1 on, 1 out in the top of the second. 22 pitches for Carrasco. It's a bad throw by Nito, but he stays at second base. He steals the base.
Two throws by Nito, both of which have tailed.
I mean, that's the way I see it. In the NLDS, when the Dodgers face whoever team, right, is any team looking at the Dodgers like, damn, there's no chance. Well, the fan base can be like, oh, we got to face the Dodgers. Well, how many times the Dodgers were the favorite in the postseason and they didn't win? Yeah, Nito, it could be the weather. It could be the weather. Oh, nice play by Lindor to save a run. Got 2 outs and the runner's on third. 2 nice plays by Francisco Lindor to save a run for the Mets. Good job by Lindor right there defensively. Carrasco needs to get 1 more out to get out of this inning. That's what you do as an infielder. Even if you don't make the play at first, you got to keep the ball in the infield to prevent the run, and they did that.
First step and got to that ball.
And people who are saying, "Oh, if the shift was banned this year, he wouldn't have had that." Well, yes, he would have, because he's playing on the left side of second base, which is legal in the new shift rules next year. All right, come on, Carlos, let's go.
So for the second straight inning, the Nats going to run it to third with 2 out. Worry about Robles trying to bunt for a hit, and the corners will stay in against him. And he This is the bat.
2 nice sliders in a row.
Skids off the fence
And Robles lost his bat. 0-2.
That might influence his decision to bunt at some point during this game.
2 sliders in a row from Carrasco, and the second one fooled him badly enough.
It's the other thing that we didn't talk about with this weather and this rain and this cold. Bats doesn't have great grips. Your gloves are wet. It's not a great feeling to play in this weather. I know if you play baseball, no matter what level, you played in games like this. I used to in high school and college. It used to be damn cold.
Small season in the minors, but he lost it twice in his first game in the majors.
And you check the swing.
The guy I always remember
Ball 1.
his bat consistently was Todd Pratt.
Oh yeah, Todd Pratt did. He would launch it. These nets are here now to protect fans.
Robles was supposed to be a big prospect. I mean, he's a good player, but never what everybody thought he was going to be.
He'd helicopter 2 or 3 in a game.
Robles hooks one and foul ball. He got way ahead of that one and hit it foul. Had the distance, but hit it foul.
It's funny in opposing ballparks when a guy would launch their bat.
Corey, what would that do? And if the Mets don't play well, now you got to fire Mike Piazza. That makes no sense.
I think I should give him the bat back, but they usually swap for a bat of less importance. And then
Exactly, Agardo.
back in their hands.
Come on, Carlos, let's go.
More bats at their disposal. 1-2 coming to Robles.
And he went. And Carrasco gets out of another jam with a runner on third base. Gets through 2 innings with a runner on third base. So Carrasco has bent, but not broken yet. Sorry. Kind of lost my train of thought there. So once again, guys, we're going into the bottom of the second. No score. And the Mets will have up, let's see, I think it's 6, 7, and 8. Yes. Vogelback, Canna, Naquin for the Mets in the bottom of the second on this rainy, cold day in New York. Real fact, will DeGrom's arm be healthy and perform as in the past? Too many time out unless – well, I mean, that's not true. He was out a half a year last year and a half a year this year. So it's 1 year, not 2 years. And it's not – his arm's healthy. It's not about his arm. All right? You want to talk about the blister, if it's true or not? I don't know. I don't like excuses. If he has a blister and it popped, it can be annoying, a cuticle. That's what the Mets said, whatever. Look, there's no excuse for Jacob deGrom, right? He opted out at the – well, he didn't technically opt out yet, but he said before the season he's opting out. Well, grow a pair, pitch tomorrow if the Mets have a chance to win the division, if it ends up being that way, or if not, pitch on Friday, go out there, pitch a good game, pitch a DeGrom type game, and give your team a chance to win. That's it. It's very simple. Who one of the best players? Calm down. No, Corey, because what does Mike Piazza have to do with coaching? If he coaches, will the Mets be better? No. Right? Barry Bonds, even without steroids, is probably one of the best pure hitters in all of baseball. He was going to be a Hall of Famer before the steroids. He was a hitting coach for the Marlins. Did that help the Marlins play better or hit better? No. So, Mike Piazza might be a good guy. They might like him, but that doesn't mean he's going to be a good coach. And I wouldn't say it's a bad question, but it's a question that's irrelevant for this team right now, or even next year for that matter. So here we go. Bottom of the second. Vogel back up. No score. Mets got to be patient with Abbott. He throws a lot of balls, not a lot of strikes.
Homered on Sunday night. Back with 3 for 4 in that series in Atlanta and limited at bats. Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a film unless you wipe it away. I've already seen Al go and wipe the lens on his camera a couple of times today.
Come on, Vogie. Well, at least Vogelback's swinging 2-0 when he usually doesn't. Once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button if you're just tuning in, or if you forgot to hit the like button, please do. We got 150 in the stream with 53 likes. Let's get them likes up. Come on.
Better than the velocity.
That curveball was in for a strike, and it's 2-2. Arcana on deck, and then Tyler Naquin for the Mets in the second. Interesting full shift on against Vogelbach, but they don't have the middle infielder playing deep.
Well, Mo,
I mean, against
they didn't lose the playoffs, all right? They didn't play in the playoffs yet, so you don't know.
20 feet into the outfield, but I wonder if that's a difference to the field condition.
I think it must be. That's a great point because I think if he feels like if he's deep and there's a ground ball, it might be, wet.
Yeah, I know, because Mike Trout is helping the Angels so well, right?
That part of the outfield.
One player doesn't fix the team. As a Braves fan, you should know that better than anybody. Ooh, that was a close pitch, but they called him out. Strike 3.
And that's the first out of the second.
Tomorrow, it's either going to be Jacob deGrom or somebody else, depending on the situation at hand.
Yeah, ball's inside a little bit. Some would say too close to take, but I think that's a ball. And I think Vogelbach's got that kind of an eye.
I'm sorry. The Angels have the 2 best players. Jeff, that wasn't the reason why the Mets lost against you guys. The Mets lost because deGrom, Scherzer, and Bassett gave up leads in every game against the Braves. I'm sorry. The Braves didn't score 10 runs in a ball game against the Mets. They scored 5 or less. And Canna gets hit again. 1 out, hits batsman. Amazing.
And now hit for the 28th time as he extends his personal, best and his Mets club record.
Well, Mo, I'm glad you can look into the future. I hope you come back around on this channel if the Mets make the World Series. Because if they do, I don't know what to tell you. And, just for everybody's historical lessons, since everybody likes to bring history up with the Mets, especially Brave fans, Yankee fans, Philly fans, the Mets, including this year, has made the playoffs 10 years in their history. Every one of those years, except for 2016, which was a wild card appearance, they made a run to the NLCS or better. So let's talk about history if you want to talk about that. And I can assure you most of those teams weren't going in, right? The 2015 Mets had a 2-week stretch in the end of September that was terrible going into the 2015 playoffs. And 2 games before the season was over, got no hit by Max Scherzer of the Nationals in 2015. So they couldn't play any worse going into the playoffs in 2015. Not a lot of Mets fans are confident going into the Dodgers series in 2015. Mo, that's even more stupid. Yes, they would have been. They would be one of 2 wildcard teams to play in the 1-game wildcard round if that was the case.
Pitches in one season, a major league record that should never be challenged.
Mo, are you a troll with your weird ass icon? Jesus Lord. My Lord.
Yeah, I took him in the ribs. I stood right on top of the plate. I didn't have armor on.
No armor. Yeah. Well, I think that's
so. Did the Nationals win the World Series as a wild card team? Yes.
And I stood right on top of the plate. As you
What's your point?
But
So if the Mets find a way to win this division and the Braves are in the wild card, are you going to say the same thing? But they do, Mo. They've had it for 20 plus years now. Like, too bad. You don't get your way. Sorry. The Marlins won 2 World Series as the wild card team. Beat the Yankees in one of them. Oh, wait. Yeah, they did.
With Tomas Nino on deck. 42 times you got hit in your career.
Jeez.
So he hasn't caught you quite yet.
It's more than halfway, though, as we
Okay, so if the Braves win the wild card, Mo, the Braves shouldn't be in it, right?
This year alone, he's got to be 55 in the last 2 seasons.
Then the Dodgers shouldn't have made the playoffs last year. They had 106 wins.
Not the worse for wear, though.
They shouldn't make the playoffs.
I do say, though, that there is something different about the approach the guys have now, standing off the plate, striding close.
Well, Judah, that's your opinion. If you believe that, don't watch at all, because there's no point.
I was not moving
Don't watch the stream. Don't watch the Mets. I don't know what to tell you. If you believe that, you're not a real fan. You're just not. You're not a huge Met fan if you believe that. I'm sorry. And he did go, and he did 2 outs. I'm sorry, Judy. You're just not. If you're a huge Met fan, then you should know better than anybody that when the Mets make the playoffs, limited as they do in their history, they go on a run. I mean, Mo probably only wants 6 teams like there was in like 1920. All right, Mo. Sorry. Jesus.
Nito starting for the 4th time in the last 5 games. Mets are still alive in the National League East, but if the Braves clinch today,
Nito was up at 2 outs and 1 on.
Francisco Alvarez catch a game tomorrow. There's the matchup in Miami tonight. Your drive around the majors presented by your Tri-State.
Again, you make it personal, you're out, guys.
Jesus Luzardo shutting down the Braves tonight. The ball goes to Braxton Garrett as the Marlins try and keep the Mets alive in that NL East race.
Come on, Tomas. Nice pitch.
The Braves are facing, a similar sort of situation that the Mets had after the big emotional Dodgers series. Had a huge series with Mets in Atlanta. A little bit of a hangover for that. You can go down to Miami and face some pretty good arms right there and find yourself.
Mitchell, it's 1. Either 1 Braves win or 1 Mets loss. Clinches the division for them.
1-1 to Nito. Randy Thompson, 1 foul. Well, I'd say this: if the Mets were to win 2 games today and the Braves were to lose tonight, it's going to be a lot.
Doesn't matter, Mitchell.
Upset in Medland that the Marlins are not pitching Sandy Alcantara in the final game tomorrow.
Well, TJ, it could be Padres or Cardinals. We don't know yet. The Phillies and Padres are still not set in the seedings yet. Come on, Thomas, let's go.
And they have cut the cord on Alcantara's season. 1-2.
And Nito lines a base hit up the middle. 2 outs, 2 on. Going back to the top of the order with Nimmo. Well, yes. The Mets have to sweep and the Braves have to get swept. That's basically the only scenario the Mets win the division. And the Braves don't win the division.
Stay back enough to be able to get that barrel on it and drive it up the middle. It's down nicely to get that ball with 2 strikes.
So 2 on for Brandon Nimmo. Flying out to left field his first time up.
Ken, you're probably right. Yeah, but Judah, we beat the great Nationals team in August. The beginning of August. Took the lead and never gave it back. And by the middle of August, the Nationals were done. And Judah, I can assure you, you can see roster-wise that the 2015 Mets were not even close to this roster in 2022. We don't know the outcome of 2022 yet. The Mets won 90 games that year to win the division. 90 games. And they made the World Series, where they probably shouldn't have, according to all the experts. Well, Apple, you never know. That's why I want Nito playing every single day. And you know what? The way Bassett pitched with McCann behind the plate, I put Nito in the playoffs if it comes down to it. You can't have an automatic out in your lineup like McCann. At least Nito puts together good at-bats. Come on, Brandon. Brandon fouls it off. 1-2.
Marte hitting behind him, and Marte was having a tremendous season. And, it's interesting. If you look at
James, the game's on SNY.
Marte went down. The Mets are actually leading the National League in runs scored since Marte was hurt. But if you look at the distribution of those runs, there have been too many
Come on, Brandon.
days without Marte in the lineup. Too many 10s and too many 1s.
Yeah.
Or in the case of the series in Atlanta, too many 2s.
Come on, Brandon.
1-2 to Devil. Kind of dancing off second, drawing Abbott's attention.
Judah? No, they didn't. The Mets didn't win a game against the Cubs in the season series, so they clearly didn't match up well. No. The Cubs were the favorite to win that series going into the NLCS. That's not true at all. The Mets were a huge underdog going to that Cubs series in the NLCS. The Cubs were expected to be one of the favorites to win the World Series that year. That's how good they were in 2015. They won the World Series the following year.
That slider that looks like it's going to be a strike and then drops below the zone.
22nd pitch of the inning coming up to Nimmo.
Come on, Brandon. Oh, that ball gets away from the catcher, and now it's second and third with a 2-2 count with 2 outs for Nimmo.
Looked like Adams just got crossed up or just didn't catch it.
Great question. It looks like he might have got crossed up, but you shouldn't be crossed up. Using the pitch coming, he went to it like he knew what it was.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I mean, Bass has been one of our best pitchers. Scherzer has been good. DeGrom has struggled, so it's kind of hard to decide that, Mo.
He was probably trying to frame it a little bit and just missed it.
It'll be a pass ball charge to Adams, putting 2 in scoring position with 2 out. A 2-2 count to Nimmo with Lindor on deck.
Come on, Brandon. Face it. Full count.
Away, a full count. So Nimmo working from behind on the count has worked it full. Everybody's got their own ways of making luck happen.
Well, JL, that's necessarily not true because last year it was a 1-game playing game in the wild card, so there was no room for error. Here, at least you lose game 1, you have a chance to win the next 2. If you lose last year, you lose the only game, you're done. It's a big difference. Come on, Brandon. Fair ball. That should be 2 runs. There we go. All right. There we go. Brandon Nimmo with a nice hit. Good job. 2-0 Mets. There we go. 2 out RBIs. We haven't seen that often with the Mets. Good job. Right down the right field, the first base line. Just past the dive-in reach by the first baseman that was definitely fair, and the first baseman had no chance. Hit the wall, bounce back into fair territory, and the Mets get 2 RBIs in the second inning with 2 outs. Good job. There we go.
Because of the wet surface.
Good job. Good job.
60 RBIs at the leadoff spot for Nimmo.
Come on, Brandon. Sorry. Come on, Frankie.
With an early 2-0 lead, here's Lindor, who grinded out his first time up. Francisco takes the curveball outside for ball 1. Just able to hang onto the bag and almost gets walloped.
Luckily, he just got a little shin to the cheek. It could have been a lot worse than that. He's trying to tap dance around him.
Still on Lindor 2-0. When they score first this year, the Mets are 78-16.
I'm sorry, but Nito has played more games than McCann this year. Has outperformed McCann at every situation, defensively and offensively. Nito should get the start. I don't want McCann on the roster in the postseason. But they're going to do that because you need a backup.
Games like these, when you're playing for something, the opposition is not.
It's 50-50 for if the Mets make the wild card series. It's 50-50.
The mindset on the other side.
If we get Marte back, it's a huge difference for the lineup for sure.
Just means it's a different view of the game.
He felt a little bit better today taking bat and swinging the bat. So that's a good sign, I guess. But might not be enough for the wild card series. Joe, nope. They're either gonna find a way to mix him up a trade and pay his salary, or I don't think they're gonna DFA him, but they might. I don't want McCann on this team next year. Let Nito be the backup and start Francisco Alvarez. In my opinion. Come on, Frankie. 2-2, 2 outs, 2 runs on the board for the Mets in the bottom of the second. And Lindor strikes out to end the inning. but not before Brandon Nimmo with 2 outs gets a 2 RBI double to give the Mets a 2-0 lead going to the top of the third. So with that said, guys, Mets take an early lead, far and few between lately. But again, I think people tend to forget the Mets took an early lead in 2 out of the 3 games and went ahead in one of those games. The Mets had a lead in every game of the Braves series. No, it's not like the Braves hit all over the yard the entire series. They scored 5 runs or less in each of the 3 games. But our pitchers, when you get a lead, you're supposed to hold it down. 1-run, 2-run lead. You're supposed to be the best pitchers in baseball, right? The dual aces. They didn't do it. But here we go. Again, this game is obviously important for the Mets and the Braves. Obviously, Mets lose. Braves win division. Mets win. Mets stay alive for game 2. While the Brave game is going on, I'm assuming the Brave game at 6:40 will start a little earlier than game 2 for the Mets. So it could be a possibility where the Brave game is about 2 innings ahead by the time game 2 starts for the Mets. So we shall see. But all you want to see from the Mets is better at bats, better pitching. You know, you're supposed to beat the Nationals. The Braves are supposed to beat the Marlins. For the Mets scenario, the Mets need to have better at-bats. They need to get their confidence back. And don't think for a second that beating up the Nationals in this game doesn't help with the confidence for the Mets, because it does. I don't care what anybody says. You know, if you get shut out by the Nationals, it's demoralizing. So there's no doubt. If you have good at-bats, being confident at the plate is a whole lot different than not feeling confident at the plate. That's why Ken said it in this chat. Huge 2 RBIs. All right, top of the third, 2-0 Mets.
The 2-0 lead, Riley Adams leads off.
Now, what the Mets have not done over the last couple of games was when the Mets gave the pitchers a lead, they put up zeros. Let's see if Carrasco can do that today in the top of the third. Ground ball, foul. I'd be right back, guys.
Gary Sarcina has always had good hands as a shortstop and as a third base coach. Mets third base coach now fulfilling the same role with the Nationals. Carrasco's faced 9 batters, throwing 9 first pitch strikes. Part of that is the aggressiveness of this Washington team. They are up there looking to swing. Adams has a home run in 5 career at-bats against Carrasco. And he launches that one down the left field line. Overhook could go foul. Lots of souvenirs available per capita today.
Just like the hot dogs. Lots of hot dogs, lots of souvenirs.
I wonder if Bob is here today. You know Bob?
I don't know Bob. I remember seeing Bob, and I don't know Bob.
We were in Miami, and there was a very small gathering. Oh, it was Pittsburgh, I'm sorry. Now, that's strike 3 called Adams out on strikes. And there's a second strikeout for Carrasco. Yeah, we were in Pittsburgh. It was it the doubleheader, the day-night doubleheader?
All right, so that's a strikeout. Sorry, I'm back.
Yes,
One out.
Gelb's out with a glove.
Delight, I hope so. That would be a problem if you typed faster than I spoke.
Across 2 sections for. By the way, this is our center field camera looking through the glass. We have opted for comfort today.
Judah, no.
Out of the
I don't think so.
Well, I'll let you know. Anyway, so Gelb's got the
Again,
ball.
I think too many people are making this out to be an offensive problem for the Mets. Especially in the Braves series, they're more of a pitching problem for the Mets. Your starters failed. Very simple.
Anyway, so this older fan named Bob engaged Gelbs and told him that he had never caught a foul ball and was imploring Steve to give him the ball, and Steve wouldn't give him the ball. But
well, your boy, it's still to be determined with that, you know. Thank you, Joe.
I remember that very
Wasn't
well.
cheap.
I think Steve
Put it that
for
way.
a kid. He thought, hey, kids deserve baseball.
All right, Carrasco's pitching a little bit better, throwing strikes.
Bob, you thought might have already had his chances, but
Joe,
you know, see both sides.
hey,
of it. As a guy who's been
this
to a
can
lot
be
of games
fine for
and have never
a Costco position during the day, buddy. Just so you know. Thank you, President. Thank you.
Exactly.
And fly ball looks like it's going foul, and it does.
When I speak to people about foul balls at ball games,
Well,
you're like, see,
if the Mets lose the division, if the Mets don't get the division and have to play in a wild card series, it's still important to win these games going into. But guys, I agree with that. But you're talking about Jacob deGrom and Max Scherzer on the mound. And foul ball. You know what I'm saying? You know, when you got two aces on the mound, especially Scherzer and deGrom, you have to put up zeros. Or at least don't give up leads. They gave up the leads. You know, if you gave up a run and they tied it, fine. But they gave up the leads every time the Mets took a lead. Chris Bassett had a 2-run lead. That should be more than enough for Chris Bassett, as good as he's pitched.
I never was one who was going to, cajole a player for a ball or anything. But I caught in all the games that I went to as a kid, and I sat in the upper deck a lot, so there was no chance there. But when I sat down below, I got one ball.
Abin, no sudden death.
there you go. And I know people that have
If the Mets sweep, the Braves get swept, the Mets win the division. There is no tiebreaker scenario. Another foul ball.
Turn it back here. Fouls that one off. So all I can tell you is that this ballpark opened in 2009, and most days we keep the glass open here. I'd say 99% of the time. And
We act like the Mets never won 2-1 ball games or 3-2 ball games against good teams. They have. And I think too many people got away from the pitching. Strike. Oh, where was that pitch? Ooh, that was a strike.
It's got Rob Manfred's signature on it.
It does indeed. It's official.
The baseball.
Abin, they can't be tied.
At the ball game as opposed to
Well, they can be tied, but the Braves have the tiebreaker now because they swept the Mets. That's why it was so important for the Mets to win one game against the Braves, because they control their destiny.
Themselves or the people they were with.
Hector, if the Yankee Stadium, because they were building it around the same time the Citi Field was getting built. In the Mets' original drawings for Citi Field, there was a retractable roof. Whatever happened, they decided not to go along with that plan. Butterscotch, yes, I would do that. Everybody's to blame for that series. Everybody. Nobody played their part. Besides Jeff McNeil, who was the only one hitting.
Hit people or just miss people.
Yeah, Joe, that's why I'm saying they
do some real bad damage and happens. And so I think it's a great thing. I think
Come on, Carlos, let's go.
Protect the device for the fans.
11th pitch to Thomas is
Ball
outside,
4. Good at bat by Thomas there to get the walk.
Just a terrific turn at bat by Nationals MVP Lane Thomas.
Yeah, I know, it really was a great at bat. And that's a ball that had been called a couple of times for Cookie, but that was clearly outside, and he spoiled a couple of really tough pitches to get.
Once again, guys, we're in the top of the third, one out in the top of the third. Mets are leading 2-0, 2-run RBI for Nimmo to give the Mets a 2-0 lead early. Don't forget to hit on that like button, everyone.
Escobar, as he was the first time, well in on the grass at third. Abrams tried to bunt on
Come on,
the first
Carlos.
pitch, wound up being a foul ball.
Sometimes in this situation, it may have just happened right there. As a catcher,
I don't understand why the Mets and the Yankees didn't put roofs on their ballpark or retractable roofs. All the money they could have made in the offseason with events and concerts, stupid.
go after him at the plate.
Ground ball.
First, nice grab by Alonso.
Nice play by Lindor.
Couldn't
Couldn't turn 2, but got the force play at second for the second out. So 2 outs for Carrasco and the Mets.
well done right there by Pete getting off.
Joe, I'm not one of those fans. I mean, I probably troll Braves fans because they did that and they assumed that Sunday was the clincher for the division. So,
Get that first one. Nice job.
like this guy, Doc, who's probably listening and too scared to actually comment during the stream, but he makes sure he comments after the stream is over and act like I wasn't going to respond. Who's clearly a Braves fan and talking nonsense. So, Again, I'm like Salah. I'm taking receipts.
Last outing against the Nats was
Ken,
not happy. One of them
take it
was
easy.
today here. He got back
Easy.
out in the third inning, had some poor defense play behind him, gave up 5 runs. Only one of them earned in 2 2/3.
Nice pitch. 0-2.
Vanessa says 0-2.
All right, Chris. I got it. That was perfect.
This Nats team.
If you watch Lost in Space, you'll get that reference. Danger, Will Robinson. Oh, almost got the tag down. Stolen base for the Nationals. Yeah, the Giants are a measly 3-1. They're not a very good team. They're not. Wait until they face a real good team with an actual quarterback. 3 weeks in a row, they faced the bad quarterback.
They had a chance, but no, he clearly stayed on the bag and beat him there.
So runner in scoring position with 2 out, 1 and 2.
The Jets have talent. I just don't think they can beat really good teams. That's the only issue with the Jets. They're not ready yet.
This game with runners in scoring position.
Come on, Carlos. Well, Abin, they played well after they fired Girardi.
National League East, it's odds on that they won't.
Cooper Rush.
You can look back to the series with Washington early in September when the Nats took 2 out of 3, and even more so the series with the Cubs when the Cubs came in and swept the Mets in Citi
Come on,
Field.
Carlos. Oh, where was that pitch?
Just missed inside
Jeez.
2-2.
Delight. I try my best.
And that Cup series is similar to what would be the thing that was looked back on for the Braves if, in fact, they go in Miami and find themselves getting swept. That's the only way that this best team has a chance to win the division, but it's similar. Big series followed by a sweep.
All right, strike 3, and Carrasco gets out of the inning, going to the bottom of the third, 2-0 Mets. Once again, guys, if you go into the description underneath the video right now, the stream right now, you can click on the Tick Pick link that's associated with me to get $10 or 10% off your first purchase with a new account. If you have an account with Tick Pick, use a different email. You get that luxury. It's playoff season for baseball. So even if you're not a Mets fan and you think about going to a playoff game, save some money. Why not? They also have no fees and no taxes. So you don't get that surcharge fee that StubHub, Vivid, and others charge you. You know, when you see $185 and then you're about to check out and then it ends up being $220, that doesn't happen with Tick Pick. So click on the link below. You don't have to just buy baseball tickets. You can buy event tickets, concert, other sports. It doesn't matter. Hockey starts next week. If you're a hockey fan, you want to go to a game, click on the link. It's good throughout the whole year. So click on the link, set up an account, save some money on the playoff ticket if you're going, and enjoy the luxury of getting a discount for Tick Pick. So it's in the description. All you got to do is click on it, and it takes you right to your account. And you can get 10% or $10 off for your first purchase. And don't forget to please hit on that like button. The goal is always to get 100 likes before the 5th and try to get 150 likes before the stream is over. So let's make that our goal because it's up to you guys to do that. 180 in the stream right now. We got a little over 80 likes. So let's get up there, guys. Take a second to hit on that like button. If you're just tuning in, the Mets took a 2-0 lead in the bottom of the second on a Brandon Nimmo 2 RBI double with 2 outs. And they go into the bottom of the third with the Mets leading 2-0. Well, I don't know who the Jets play next week. I'm not privy to that. Yeah, Ken doesn't like to hit the like button. He just tells people to do it. Yeah, Aiden, I'm going there tomorrow as well. I'll be there. I'm sitting in the 7-line section. President, yeah, you can say whatever you want about Danny Dimes, but he's no. All right, Jeff McNeil is up. 2-0 Mets, bottom 3.
Raising his average to 327, 2 points ahead of Freddie Freeman for the National League lead.
Well, McNeil's ahead right now.
Alonso and Escobar.
Yeah, Joe, that's a
Braves played
but
6:40. They're gonna have
Bridgewater is not
Miami tonight.
that bad. Thank you, Ken. Finally,
So rarely in Miami. I'm not quite sure
section 120.
what impact that
All right,
has.
I'll be in 515.
Flying out of there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be in the Big Apple Reserve in center field. Sorry.
Or with the roof open, and usually they only open the roof when the temperatures have dropped a little bit. the
Well, their
humidity's down.
offensive line sucks, but their defense is pretty good, and Cooper Rush has been pretty damn good for them.
Home run favorable conditions work in the favor of the Braves, who are a much more home run
Ken, it was a very nice play,
than are the Marlins. All the
but
Mets can do is
that throw
win
flailed a
their
little
games
bit. You
and
got to be
cross the
careful.
fingers that the Marlins provide some more help.
Ground ball.
Brown, Abrams
Can he get an infield hit?
and a high
And he's
fly.
safe.
It was safe.
Yeah, all right, Jeff with the hustle. Another that's an infield hit for Jeff McNeil hustling there.
Played it pretty slowly.
All right, Jeff, raising that batting average some more.
And I'm not sure whether or not a good throw would have had him.
I don't think it would have. He was getting through the bag right there, and he was running out of the box. Obviously, he's always running out of the box. But the swing.
And he was safe. All right. There you go, Jeff. Good hustle.
You see, as soon as that ball put it,
That ball wasn't hit
he got
slow
set
either.
towards the line. He gets down the line fast. He put it in a slow track, but definitely developed slowly at shortstop.
Talk about smelling a base hit, Todd.
He can.
Jeff is up, what, 7 points now on
3 points ahead of
Freeman so far in this game?
For two
Come on,
tonight.
Pete.
Here's Alonso.
Oh.
Goes over his head to the backstop,
Headhunting.
and the ball disappears. Apparently, it got stuck behind the signage.
Whoa.
Abrams was looking back for it as it never caromed out, and there it is.
Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that, but I knew where it was only because I saw that Mets fan trying hard, as we talked about earlier, to get himself a
So that was some headhunting there.
He got one.
That's really
Fastball got away
Never thought he'd get a,
right over Alonso's head.
Through the fence. This ball just
Ooh.
slips out of his hands.
Look at
Goes
that.
on the fly.
Wow. Adams had no idea.
Wait, what happened?
So that'll be a wild pitch charge to Abbott, moving McNeil into scoring position.
All right, so McNeil goes to second on the wild pitch. Pete Alonso up, 2-0 Mets, bottom 3.
For Alonso, watching that pitch sail over his head. Like
Ken, I think as soon as it goes out of play, it's only one base, in my opinion. Well, I think that's the rule.
The Nationals who hit him
I agree with you. It should be
C-flap
a 2-base
this year.
call, but it's not, I guess.
Now, right? That was
Come on,
very,
Pete.
very early on in the season.
It's the opening series of the year. One to Pete. Sitting on 131 RBIs in the major leagues. It's pitched very carefully to Pete so far. He walked him on 4 pitches his first time. Now he threw one over his head to start this at bat. Escobar waiting on deck. Little bit choked up by Pete.
Ball 3.
Fastball down, 3-1. Corey Abbott, 27 years old, out of Loyola Marymount. He threw the first perfect game in the history of Loyola Marymount baseball. You must have played them, right, at UCLA?
I had an opportunity in my junior year, 1986, at UCLA. Loyola Marymount, #1 in the country, and went on to the College World Series.
Alonso swinging for the fences on 3-1
Well, 3-2.
and swings and misses at a high
And their
fastball.
ace of that staff was a kid by the name of Tim Leana, first pick, and tragically died in a car accident in the Reds system, I think. But he and Chris Donald, Jim Brewski,
Chris Donald's #1 draft pick by the Mets.
a couple of those guys on that 1986
No, Joe.
team.
It's specially made, ordered by a different company.
Okay. That would be memorable.
And Alonso takes the second walk of the game
Second time.
for him. First and second, nobody out for the Mets. Escobar coming up.
And the Mets have 2 men on for Escobar.
Delight, I'm not sure about that.
The old Marymount sports program's been hit with enough tragedy over the years. Yeah, it gathers. Here's Escobar, who struck out his first time up. scored their 2 runs in the second. Hit by pitch, a single by Nino, a pass ball, then a 2-run double by Nimmo. And now Abbott for the 3rd straight.
Come on, Eddie, let's go.
Himself in trouble. First and second, nobody out. And Escobar takes a slider low and in, ball 1. Doubleheaders have been very kind to the Mets over the last couple of years.
It is, Joe.
Lost a doubleheader this season, not been swept. In fact, they haven't been swept in their last 23 doubleheaders, which is franchise record. This year they have swept 5 and split 4. The last time, in fact, that they lost a doubleheader, got swept, was September 2.
Yeah, Joe, I know.
Against the Nats.
You'll have to tell me.
Washington.
That's my go-to sometimes when I don't have nothing. I got to get something quick.
7-inning doubleheaders.
Oh, yes.
Remember those distant days in
And,
New York?
and crowds, not much bigger than this. No, crowds smaller than this.
Oh, we had the
fake crowd.
plastic fans making it inside 2 and 1.
Fortunately, we can actually hear some of the real crowd noise as they're continuing to get in there, looking for some hot dogs, some souvenirs.
2020, we had the fake crowd
They
noise.
did.
Didn't quite have Cowbell Band attached to it. Gotta have Cowbell. More Cowbell.
Come on, Eddie. Ball 3.
Takes it up and away, and Abbott taking the hole a little deeper for himself behind him at 3-1 with Vogel back on deck. No action in the Washington bullpen.
Joe, in certain places, certain Costco's, they do. Not all the Costco's has the same menu.
Sort of be effectively wild at times. We saw with the Alonso at bat.
Come on, Eddie, let's go.
Just up, just out. Now he's going to have to come in. There is the big trouble.
Facing a hot hitter at Escobar.
Ball 4. Bases loaded, nobody out.
So an infield hit.
Let's just be a huge inning for the Mets and put this game away early. There is pizza. The pizza's pretty good. It's a little oily, but it's good.
Conversation with that.
Come on.
So a big chance for Vogelback with the bases loaded and nobody out.
Vogelback coming up. Bases loaded, nobody out.
It's been such a struggle for the Nats to find enough pitching. Steven Strasburg missing the entire year, and Joe Ross going down, and it's just been one thing after another for the Nationals. We kept running Patrick Corbin out there to the point of 19 losses, and that slowed him down enough so that he wouldn't be the first pitcher in a couple of decades to lose 20. Watch live Mets games, SNY programming, and original content anytime, anywhere, on any device with the SNY app presented by CarShield. Scan the code and download now.
Well, I just want to see good at bats by the Mets. I want to get them going a little bit there.
Was hitting a grand slam against the Nationals back on August 3rd, and now he's got the bases loaded with nobody out. To call third strike his first time up on a 3-2 pitch that appears
Come on,
to be
Bogey.
off the plate.
Ball 1.
Pitch outside for ball 1. Well, that starting pitching, which was the linchpin of their championship in 2019. There's no more Scherzer. Strasburg hurt all year. Corbin ineffective. And things have changed precipitously.
Ball 2.
Just inside. And now it's 2-0 Vogelback. Abbott coming into the day averaging 4.3 walks per 9 innings, and he's already walked 3 in 2 innings plus today.
Come on.
Vogelback can sit dead right here on 2-0. And he takes it on the inside.
Close
corner.
pitch. Not a bad taking pitch to take.
That's a decent take right there, especially for Vogelback, who likes the ball out over the plate, looks for the ball out over the plate, even though he looks to pull. That ball might have tied him up a little bit.
McNeil, Alonso, and Escobar, the base runners with nobody out.
Come on, Bogey.
Trying to add to a 2-0 lead in the third. And Vogelback
Did he swing?
off, and he stopped.
And he did not go. 3-1.
3-1. Well, Abbott's got no room to operate now.
Very
bases loaded
close.
if you're the opposing pitcher because he's just not going to chase much.
Come on, Bogey.
71 walks this year. It's the same number as Nimmo. And Vogelbach takes a borderline
Oh,
strike.
close
Similar
call.
to the pitch he
Looked
got called
inside,
out
but
on.
full count.
Now it's 3-2.
You can see that he still does not think that was a strike. That was closer than the one he got called out on. But if I'm Corey Abbott, obviously he's not offering it that ball. That's when you've got the best command of right now. Try to stay right there.
Marcano waits on deck. Another 20-pitch inning already for Abbott. And Vogelbach takes strike three.
And takes strike 3, 1 out.
DJ Rayburn called it at the knees. And Abbott able to come back and strike out Vogelbach looking for the second time. 1 out.
Vogelbach screaming
He got him looking for something else. That's the best ball he probably got in that
at the umpire, but that ball was a strike. The 3-2, the 3-1 pitch wasn't a strike, but 3-2 was definitely a strike.
Vogelbach, if he goes and watches, he's going to realize that's a ball he can usually hit a long ways.
It's like he gave up on that ball halfway to the plate.
He thought it was going to be that slider that dips under the plate, and that one stayed right there at the knees.
So now Cano with the bases loaded and 1 out. Hit by a pitch his first time up. And he goes after the first
All right.
one, hits it well
That's
right
deep.
center field. That goes wrong one.
Should be a sac fly, and it is.
Makes the catch.
Cano hits it to the 1-in track,
Scores McNeil.
gets a sac fly for 3-0 Mets. Productive out.
Sacrifice fly for Cano makes it 3-0 New York.
That's a great job right there by Cannon going up there. Knowing that he's been struggling to throw strikes, gets the first ball out over the plate. That's rule number 1 as a run producer. Have a man on third base with less than 2 outs. Use the big part of the field. That's the easiest way to get a run home. If you do more damage than that, it's a bonus. But that was a great job of hitting by Cannon.
Alonso at second with 1 out, playing it halfway.
By the way, guys, Doc is still trolling the comment section, by the way, on my stream the other day. So, but he won't. I told him, come on to the stream. Let's talk. He don't wanna. He won't come on. But he's probably on watching because he just typed on the channel, so he's clearly on YouTube, probably listening.
Does Peter approach that any differently, or does he? I mean, is it reasonable?
So 3-0 Mets, 2 outs, first and second for the Mets in the bottom of the third.
Looked like he had a beat on it, which 3/4 of the way there, and wet turf, all those things go a little bit off the bag. But I think he could have gotten back and made the tag. It's usually if the guy at third tags, the guy at second tries to tag and get behind him. Escobar went halfway thinking that Pete was tagging, had to get back.
Fastball thrown by Nate.
Last time I checked, the Braves are not playing the Mets. So you're worrying about beating the Marlins before you worry about the Mets on your mind. There's no need to, guys.
Back at tag, which I think was the right decision. Then he got caught in a little bit of no man's land right there. You either want to be off where you know it's an easy score or back at the bag to tag and get to third base.
Yep, kind of got caught halfway.
All right, Nate Quinn up with 2 outs, first and second.
Hankman swings and misses at a fastball right in the middle of the zone, and it's 1-2. Hankman's looked a little off balance.
He has. He's in between. And what I mean by that is he's late on the fastball and he's a little out front of the off speed. I think he's sitting back thinking that slider or the curveball is what he's going to try to get him out with, but it's caused him to be late a couple of times on decent fastballs.
46 games as a Met. Nate Quinn hitting just .221 with 4 home runs. Fell back that fastball.
That's what he is, Ken. He's an all or nothing hitter.
Share between Nate
He
Quinn
swings for
and
the fences every single time. He either strikes out or gets a big part of the bat on the ball and crushes it. It's basically what he does.
It gives you better defense, and Buck keeps hoping that Nate Quinn can get hot. We saw a little flash of that when he first got here, the power that Nate Quinn can provide. But it's been rather intermittent.
Gardo, that's what he does. That's what this guy is doing.
Which which is
Told him, come on the stream, buddy.
2 strikes. A little better swing.
Nobody's stopping you. Nobody's blocking you. Come on the stream.
Not quite as big. A little bit more barrel to the base.
But he won't do that.
That's a run home here in the third.
He's a keyboard bully. That's what he is.
Tapping up over 70 pitches working in the third inning. Still no hit of action in the Nationals bullpen.
Come on, Tyler.
1-2 coming. And Naquin fights off.
Putting a good bat together, though. Making Abbott throw more pitches. 73 pitches in the first 3 innings. Well, I think Naquin's on the contract, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong.
At least it's not raining at the moment. And the forecast keeps getting a little better in that regard. It's like we might be able to get 2 games in today without any significant rainfall. Doesn't mean it's comfortable. 2
Ball 2.
2-2. Kudos to everybody who is here today.
Absolutely. And I think all things considered, you want to get 2 games in today if you can. I mean, make sure that you get those 2 games in. Let the chips fall where they may down in Miami, but you don't want to be looking at trying to get games in on Wednesday and Thursday with no matter how this season's going to end.
Bogey's on the contract.
The
Yes.
pitch of the at-bat from Abbott to Naquin.
And Naquin strikes out to end the inning, but the Mets get a run in the bottom of the third, going to the top of the fourth, 3-0 Mets. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to hit on that like button. And if you're looking to buy tickets to your favorite team and the playoffs in baseball, starting this weekend or next week, click on the link below in the description for TickPick, and they got no fees, no taxes, no whatever fees extra, whatever the price is, that's what you pay for. Click on that link. You get $10 off or 10% off, depending on the price of the ticket you buy. If you're a first-time user, first-time new account, you get that 10% or $10 off, or just make a new email, set up a new account, and you get the discount. Obviously, the prices are a little more expensive, obviously, for the playoffs. So, and again, it's not just for baseball. It's for all types of events, concerts, other sports. Hockey starts next week. So make sure you take advantage of it. It's good to the end of the year. So make sure you use it. It'll be up in every stream in the description. So make sure you do that and use it to save you some money for whatever you choose to use it for. Steven, the 7 line, it goes to every playoff game at home in the playoffs. And Aben, should Scherzer start when? Tomorrow? No. If Scherzer starts, if the game means something tomorrow, DeGrom is pitching. Judah, I don't know if Dom Smith can help this team. I mean, he didn't do nothing for the first three and a half months when he got the opportunity to do so and didn't. So there's no reason why I think he can now.
Just doing this right here to the side. So you pronate the hand a little bit and you're throwing off.
I mean, are you one of those Dom Smith fan squad? Because Dom Smith had one good season, and it was a 60-game season. And if you take that for what it's worth, then he should have had a great 2021 when he played every day and he didn't. And then when they DFA'd Cano, Dominic Smith got the opportunity and he failed. How many more opportunities you want to give this guy? He's not a guy that can just not play every day. And that's a shot for Luke Voigt, and it's foul.
Put that pressure on the index finger on the lace right there, and he said he's pronating.
I agree, Bernard. Especially when you already got the lead. Tacking on is important.
Less rotation than if you're holding it in a circle change and you're turning it over like Jacob deGrom does. It gets that good late movement, but it's consistent movement. With the split, you're trying to eliminate rotation to get that downward knuckleball type of it. He's very good at it.
This is shallow, and Canna makes the catch. Sliding in the wet grass with a nice catch by Mark Canna. 1 out.
Nicely done by Canna for the first out.
Both the guys converging well on it. Nimmo gives way to Canna. Makes the play nice and easily, and then he's got a little slip aside. Nicely done right there. Good form. See how wet his hand was when he came up off the turf?
Mom's going to fill those pants in the dryer. This is Luis Garcia, who was robbed of a hit on a leaping grab by Lindor his first time up. And he takes a sinker outside for ball one. Several fine defensive plays behind Carrasco, a couple by Lindor, now one by Canna to help keep the Nats off the board.
Canada's a good outfielder. Not great, but he's really good. He's consistent. He looks awkward making the defensive plays, but he gets there, and that's important.
And early on, watch this pitch.
Again, it's already been determined, guys. Listen up. Jacob deGrom is pitching tomorrow if the game matters tomorrow. It's already been determined. Jacob deGrom, he's pitching on his 5th day. Scherzer will be pitching on his 4th day, not on the 5th day.
That split figure, which is the difference this year.
Right, hook to right field, long run back for Nate, but it's going to be over his head and short.
That should be a double, might be a triple.
Ball sticks for a moment, but Garcia's going to break it down and pull it.
All right, so that's a 1-out double for Garcia.
The Mets hit the ball hard his first time up, and now he's got the Nats' first extra base hit of the day, his 23rd double of the year.
Buck Showalter to set it before the game. If necessary, deGrom will pitch tomorrow if it matters.
Didn't really get that late movement that he wants and stayed on it. Oh, it's strange sometimes, though, how guys just have a team's number, and it almost feels at times like they know it, the team knows it, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it. He just continues to hit the ball hard, keep guys off in front of him.
So runner in scoring position with 1 out for Cesar Hernandez, who takes a slider for a strike. By the way,
we shall see, Mark.
Threw a first pitch ball to Luis Garcia,
but it still matters what the Mets do here. The Mets don't win game 1, it's pointless what the Braves do. Win game 1, you give yourself a chance going into tonight. That's all you can ask for at this point. It's the only option. Walker.
Well, here's the split grip. And he talks about that index finger really guiding it. The rest of the fingers just control it. But you can see there's less rotation. Obviously, it's super slow. The idea is for it to come out with less rotation and let the gravity and the wind resistance drive that ball. And you can make it pretty consistently go downward, which is...
Well, yeah, that's the idea, but you have to get past the walk off first. Joshua, nobody never put no respect on the Braves. You're just, see, that's the problem with a lot of Brave fans. You just assume Mets fans just gave no respect to the Braves. That's not the case. You guys put that in your own head to make you feel better about yourselves and to try to set up an argument, which is not what we ever did. Nobody said the Braves were a bad team. Putting no respect on the Braves means you're calling them a bad team. It actually should be the other way around. You should put respect on the Mets name because of the fact that they had a really good season and could win 100 games, and you act like they're trash. Like, Braves fans put out that narrative just to get a headline. All right, should be 2 outs, and it is. Another guy on third, 2 outs for Carrasco.
Continues to use it effectively, and ironically, we're talking about Taiwan Walker, who credits Cookie Carrasco for giving him a better feel.
Yeah, I don't understand why the Brave fans are playing victim. Like, don't. There's no need to. We know how good your team is. Stop putting that narrative out there like we say it. We don't. It's like you guys need something to motivate you. It makes no sense. You guys are too good to need something to motivate you.
0-for-6 with runners in scoring position. Here's Eldemaro Vargas, who was robbed by Lindor on a diving stop. His first time.
Round ball to Alonso, to Carrasco, and it ends the inning going to the bottom of the fourth. 4 solid innings for Carrasco. 3-0 Mets going to the bottom of the fourth. You know, if the Mets would have won the World Series last year, the Braves would never be on my mind. There's no need to. The same reason why the Braves shouldn't have the Mets on their mind, right? You won the World Series last year. You trolling a channel of a Mets channel, you're just looking for a narrative as a Braves fan. There's no narrative to have. You're putting words in Met fans' mouth when that never happened. It's been the other way around, right? You gave no respect to the Mets this year. I don't care about last year. I don't care about the year before that or the year before, but this year, that's the problem. Well, Joshua, I'm not going to give you respect. I gave the Braves respect all year. If you checked out my video in the beginning of the year to show who I thought was going to win the division, it wasn't the Mets. So I don't know how else to give the Braves respect, saying in the beginning of the year the Braves would win the division in the NL East this year. Now, both of them had more wins than I thought they were going to have. I had 96 for the Braves. I had 93 for the Mets. Both of them surpassed that. So what does that tell you? I'm sorry. The Dodgers, were they a bad team last year? Did they get no respect because they didn't win the division last year? They had to play a wild card game with 106 wins. The Mets can possibly have, 101 wins at the end of the year and still be a wild card team. Am I going to bitch and moan about the division? No. It sucks. But all they have to do is win 2 more games more to win the World Series. It's not astronomical. It's just it. I'm sorry, but Brave fans need to stop putting up the narrative that Met fans give no respect to the Braves, because you're lying. You need a talking point and an argument. You need some type of headline to have an argument with a Mets fan when there's no need to. Now, if Met fans are trolling you, then go after them. But don't put up a narrative like we don't give them respect, because we do. Because if you understand that Met fans give the Braves respect, then you have nothing to talk about. That's the whole thing.
However, the fact of the matter is that if
All right,
the Mets
Joshua,
don't win the division, the 10.5 game
lost.
lead that they let get away would be the largest by any team since the 1995 Angels had a 10.5 game lead and got overtaken by the Mariners. Good breaking ball by.
If everybody just wants to go on all these reporters and analysts and experts, it should be the Dodgers and the Astros in the World Series, right? So why even play the playoffs? The Braves are going to lose. The Mets are going to lose. So what's the point? And Nito sharply, but right at, let's see, that might be a hard play. A nice play by the shortstop. 1 out. Jays, I've been saying that from the beginning. As much as I don't respect the front-running Brave fans, I don't respect the front-running Mets fans. I had an argument on Twitter today with a front-running Mets fan. So don't think I just challenge Brave fans, because I don't. I destroyed this Mets fan on Twitter today because he says he wasn't going to watch these 3 games against the Nationals, saying these games are irrelevant. They don't mean nothing. Well, the Braves lost last night. It is relevant until it's not. So I told them, don't watch these 3 games, but don't bother turning on the TV or going to the games during the playoffs, because you're a front runner. When things go well, you're around. When they're not good, doing well, you make excuses why you can't watch or go to games. Jays, I agree. Every fan base has that. The reason why I'm calling out Brave fans more is because they've been on the channel a hell of a lot more over the last month. But they also weren't around in May, June, and July, and most of August. Until recently. Go figure, right? And if Brave fans really want to educate themselves and assume that I don't give respect to the Braves. When the Mets were 10.5 games up, and Nimmo hits a shot that might be gone. Get out. That's gone. Hey, all right, Brandon. 4-0 Mets. There we go. 15th home run of the year for Nimmo. There we go. There we go, guys. There we go. Life. Mets are showing a pulse. There we go. There we go, guys. Good job, Brandon. Nimmo starts to get going. That's going to help this lineup even more. Right down the middle. Did not miss it. Hey, listen. I'm all for rooting for your team. I don't care if you're a Mets fan. Listen. Check other Mets channels. Check other Braves channels. Check Dodger channels. Ground ball, 2 outs. That's what you got to do, guys. Check other channels. Check Met channels. Check Brave channels. Check Dodger channels or whatever team you want to look at for baseball. Look at their subscriber list. That's all I want you to do. Right? There's a reason why half of my subscribers are not Met fans. There's a reason for that. Because some don't want to admit it, but I'm very down the middle when it comes to talking about front-running fans and fair to every team that the Mets face. Yes, my Mets bias comes out, and I admit that sometimes, but I'm more fair than usually I'm not. Steven, I think that should be the name. That will go well, right? Trolls? But every fan base have the trolls. Every one of them. I actually blocked 2 Mets fans that been on my channel a while. I blocked them all on my channel because I found out that they trolled big time the Braves channel and the Yankees channel. I mean, big time troll. I'm not talking about just rooting for the Mets. Like, literally getting personal. And I blocked them from my channel because there's no need for that crap. Syndergaard pitch 2016 wild card. Come on, Jeff, base it. And he walked Jeff McNeil. Doesn't hurt the batting average. Not bad. Once again, guys, 4-0 Mets in the bottom of the fourth. 2 outs, 1 man on. Mets got a couple of key hits in this ball game already. That's what they're supposed to be doing against a bad Nationals team. What they failed to do in the month of September. Got to continue it. Again, a win for the Mets in Game 1 keeps them alive for the NL East for tonight's game. And you got a scoreboard watch with the Braves. Come on, Pete. Lonzo pops it up. Very windy day. It might be trouble. Nobody's catching it. Oh, wow. Well, that ball was started in center field. It came back to the second base area. So the Mets are out of the inning. Get another run. 4-0 Mets going to the top of the fifth. Once again, guys, you got over 200 in the stream right now. I appreciate all you guys hanging out today. If you're in the New York area, nasty cold day in New York. Once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. And also, if you're looking to buy some tickets to an event, concert, sporting event, baseball playoffs, click the link below in the description and get $10 off your first purchase on TickPick with a new account. If you don't have a new account, get a new email, and you can use that as well. So $10 off your first purchase, and hey, never hurts to save a couple of dollars, right? That $10 can at least buy you a soda or a beer. Well, in most places. So save that $10 for parking. Add it on to that $20 if you're going to Citi Field to make it $30. Never hurts to save a little bit of money buying a ticket. Ken, I think so. You know, I was looking at that for my dad, actually, to be honest with you. I have to check that out. Let me check. I'm not sure, Ken. Let me see. Let's see. I'm gonna check that one out. They are playing? Oh, then I gotta get it from my dad. Me and him will go. Let's see. Checking Ticketmaster. Oh, wait, they do. All right, well, I'm gonna check. Thank you, Ken. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I like me some Foreigner. I'm not gonna lie. You know, that's all my dad right there. Let's see. When do they play? Oh, I don't see them playing. When do they play in New York? I see France, South Africa, New Jersey, Atlantic City. I don't see New York yet. Melbourne. They might have played in New York already. All right, so here we go. Top of the fifth. And it's showing when the Mets beat Cincinnati for that playing game in 98, I believe.
Well, that was a game 163.
99.
Those don't
Excuse me.
exist anymore. Mets and Reds tied for the wild card, and the Mets won the one-game playoff, which sent them into postseason for the first time in 11 years. Tom Pratt's home run beat the Diamondbacks, and then the Mets fell short against the Braves in the league championship series.
Just so you know, it's Bark at the Park Day at Citi Field. Cute little raincoat for the rain. The dog is barking at the camera. I'd be pissed too if I'm a dog sitting in cold, wet weather.
All the talk of hot dogs. Is that the problem? Oh,
Yep.
this guy's a little cold. He's like, okay, I can use a bigger sweater.
Oh, good evening. No problem.
It's all about the layers.
Oh, they're in your home. Okay.
We go to the fifth. Carlos Carrasco and the Mets with a 4-0 lead. Brandon Nimmo's
Yeah, maybe I'll take my dad to Atlantic City. Go see Foreigner and then hang out in Atlantic City for a couple of days. Come on, Carlos.
The first pitch goes to the backstop for ball one. A little less than Riley Adams and Lane
I agree,
Thomas.
Bernard. No matter if we find a way to win the division or not, gotta play these games well going into the playoffs. Get a little bit of confidence going into the playoffs.
To the Mets, despite the weather conditions, despite the sparse crowd. Rays game starts in less than an hour in Miami. Mets lost control of their destiny when they lost Sunday night. But life, yeah, they're still clinging to life. Clinging to life. Robles takes that fastball just inside. That's 3-1.
I don't think any team should change their name
Trying to finish his.
because I don't think any team name was meant to disrespect anybody, in my
And
opinion.
for that matter, Taiwan Walker from there remains to be seen.
And that should be a base hit in the gap, should be a double.
Split the gap and go to the wall. And Robles pulls it at second base with a
Lead off double for the Nationals.
So the Nats have their fourth hit of the day.
You just missed with the 2-1, so he had to come right over the plate. 3-1, Robles did. He should have done with that miss.
Getting the other bit from his first base coach, Eric Young Jr.
Contra is not pitching. He's shut down for the year.
National League base stealing champ as a Met.
His teammate of mine and Locker made of mine in Los Angeles for the Dodgers.
We're going to get a pitch right for Robles. It looked like he was limping a little bit as he moved into second base.
All right, so the pinch runner for Robles got hurt, running the bases.
Ball is going to run for him.
Thought that same thing when he was rounded back, and he still looks like he's gingerly coming off the field. For a guy that flies like he does, I thought he was just being very careful with the conditions. But you watch him come out, and then he starts with a little bit of a limp and never really picks it back up right there. So something's hurting him to me.
He's dealt with a groin injury this year, so that might have grabbed on him. There's a Robles out, call pitch running for him. Here's Riley Adams to bat. And Adams takes a sinker out of the strike zone.
President, I don't know why, but they did it last year too. The last series of the year, they didn't pitch him either. So they're protecting their young ace, I guess. I don't know. They've done it 2 years in a row.
Adams fouls off the slider. 1-1. Drew Smith, first man up.
Drew Smith warming up in the Mets bullpen. 71 pitches through 5 innings. Well, through 4 innings with nobody out in the fifth for Carrasco.
Adams to call third strike his first time. And he takes that changeup down, 2-1. Nats have had plenty of chances early in this game. They've had runners in every inning. They're already 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position.
Come on, Carlos.
And Adams lifts one out to left.
The wind's gonna. Oh, that ball's going. That's gone. Whoa! Wow.
A 2-run homer for Riley Adams.
The wind had to blow that. So 4-2 Mets in the top of the fifth. Riley Adams.
That ball seemed to find the jet stream on
Wow.
its way out to left
That looked
field.
like a pop up to left
Got
field.
out easily. Fifth home run of the year
Oof.
for Adams.
That
His
wind is
second
definitely
against
blowing to
the
left
Reds.
field. Because the way Canna went after that,
Pete's ball to end the inning straight away and very
yeah,
high.
that should have been a pop up.
Got pulled in by the wind. That ball got up in the air, and I don't think Canna even thought he was going to have to retreat that far at first. And then it just
Yeah, Canna looked like he was just going to be a can of corn. The wind took that ball. All right, Buck Showalter's taking out Carrasco after 4 innings. Well, Buck Showalter is playing to win. All right, he's talking to him. Maybe he's not taking him out.
Buck's buying some time for Smith to be ready before he makes the signal. Cookie seems to know that his day is done. And now the side
All right,
out.
so Carrasco's coming out of the game after
So
4
Drew
innings
Smith
and 2
will be coming
runs.
in for the third straight game.
Drew Smith coming in.
4-2 lead in the fifth. The call to the bullpen brought to you by Nissan. Shop Nissan USA.
That wasn't a bad pitch by Carrasco either. I couldn't believe that ball went out, but it went out. So we got a commercial. Drew Smith's coming in the top of the fifth with nobody out. 4-2 Mets. Well, no, I didn't see a lot of Mets hitting it to left field either. Most of the balls have been to right center. So, but yeah, it was kind of crazy though. Like it looked like a pop up. Like the way Canner started at that ball, it looked like he had to backtrack a little bit, but the way he looked, it looked like the ball just kept going. He did get under that too, so that's why it was crazy how much that ball went. But it wasn't a cheapy home run. There's no cheapy home runs at Citi Field. So you get it. So 4 innings for Carrasco. There's something to talk about now when it comes to Carrasco and Walker. Who is going to be? Because look, if the Mets play the wild card series and they get through the wild card series and they play the Dodgers, there is probably going to be no DeGrom in the wild card series. He'll start, but you have to look at what about Game 3 of the wild card, if that's a possibility. If that happens, who would it be, Carrasco or Walker? And again, I've said it. I think it should be Walker because when he's on, he's very hard to hit. Carrasco, even when he's on, he's still hittable. And I think that's the problem we're gonna have with Carrasco. You put Carrasco in the bullpen, he might end up being better. But I think Walker's got to be the guy you go to if you need him in a wild card series or a division series. I think Walker can pitch you a gem. I don't think Carrasco can pitch you a gem anymore, in my opinion. But we'll have to wait and see for the postseason roster. Once again, guys, on Thursday, I will be doing a video because the postseason roster, or we'll look at the postseason roster. I'm not going to do a live stream, or maybe I will. We'll see. But I will do a video on what I think the postseason roster, the wild card roster, or the division, whatever it is, the postseason roster should look at, like obviously with help. But what I think the roster should be going into the playoffs. So, top of the fifth, 4-2 Mets. Carrasco out of the game. Drew Smith in.
Hits a walk, 3 strikeouts, a home run, 73 pitches. And Drew Smith is in for the third straight game.
So that home run hadn't really looked sharp, but was getting away with it. There's a lot of traffic out there. Buck says, not going to take any more chances.
2 times through the order enough. And, that's the way you manage postseason games. And I guess by extension, that's how you manage when you still have a chance to win the division.
Yeah, I can't really look at.
I don't think that was a bad move by Buck. We criticized Buck a lot with decisions regarding the bullpen or taking guys out. I think you had to take Carrasco out in that spot. He didn't look good the whole game. You can't let this game get interesting. So I think you have to go to the bullpen in this spot. So I think that's a good call by Buck there.
On Sunday, gave up a hit and a walk in the third of an inning. Before Joely Rodriguez came in and
Come on,
bailed
Drew.
out of the eighth. And fastball for a strike to Thomas, 1-2. But you have to say overall that Drew has been pitching
I don't see how's it a bad move.
since coming back from a long stint on the injured list.
He had 80 pitches in 4 innings and gave up a 2-run homer.
Great start.
And he's had men on base in every inning.
Kept his rhythm back.
Slider fouled off.
I think you're playing with fire there. You can't have this game get interesting.
This year made a huge difference.
Go with your guns. You know, it's not like you're putting Tyler McGill in.
To throwing it effectively. Jordan Weems is now up in the Washington bullpen. So it looks like he's going to be coming on in the bottom of the fifth.
And Smith strikes out Thomas for the first out of the inning.
So Smith comes in, fans the first man he faces, 1 out of the fifth.
Ryan, how you doing?
That's his bread and butter right here. That 4-seamer that he's able to get at the top of the zone. Got the quick arm speed on it. It rides up in the zone a little bit. A little extra sneak even at 96.
So 1 out and nobody on now. C.J. Abrams, who is 0 for 2, reached on a fielder's choice and stole a base at the third. And Escobar, as he has been in all 3 of Abrams' bats, Weldon on the grass at third. Nats 2 runs, 5 hits. The Mets 4 runs and 5 hits. We're in the fifth. First and 2 today. Here's a good changeup by Drew, and it's 1-1. Joey Meneses, the on-deck batter. He pops a fastball in at the knees for a strike, and it's 1-2. That's it sharply through the hole.
Ground ball, base hit to the left side.
So the third hit of the inning for the Nationals, and they'll get the tying run to bat with Meneses coming up.
Well, I think people hate LaRussa now because he's
Right
just
there. Gotta credit Abrams.
he just wasn't good for that White Sox team. Buck is perfect for this Mets team. Combination of young and veterans. I think it works better. Peterson is warming up in the bullpen for the Mets.
Peterson getting ready in the bullpen. So Buck's not messing around today. It's going to throw the kitchen sink at this.
Well, Gary, he just came out of the game, so no 6 today.
Meneses grounded out and struck out 0 for 2. It's down the way on a high fastball. Nothing in 1. That's been 12 years in the minor leagues. Spent some time in Japan. A lot of time in the Mexican Winter League. Before finally getting a shot this year with the Nats. He's been in the big leagues for 2 months and has made quite an impression as a 30-year-old rookie. Fastball dots the outside corner. And it's 0-2. Bundling up, coming to the game with that. Got the scorecard, got the gloves, got the whole section to themselves. Oh, 2 coming. And he lays off the slider. 1-2. You think get a hot dog vendor up there?
Begs the question as to whether or not How long do you have to wait before you can sneak down a little bit? Then a little bit further, maybe. Or do you just?
But why do you want to sneak down? You've got so much leg room.
Just leg room below a little bit. Might get a little bit, better view, a little more opportunity for a foul ball. But
Anybody hits a foul ball up there, it's theirs.
Absolutely.
No competition.
There we go. Okay. The vendor says, okay, I see a potential target. Father-son scorecard.
Smith, after getting ahead 0-2, runs a full count of Manassas.
And this has been impressive to me on his takes on tough off-speed pitches. Sets himself up in a position to wait on the baseball. And the way they've been able to beat him is on the fastball, but you got to be careful because he likes that ball down and out over the plate.
3-2 and 1 out. Abrams has already stolen a base in this game.
I don't believe he's going right here.
Hoping to get away a better throw if he does.
All right, 3-2 pitch, come to the hitter. 1 out, 1 on.
The ball for Tomas.
Runner going, fouled off.
Past Gary DiSaracina.
The social media warrior Doc has struck again. I'll tell you what he said. Right through the hole, good piece of hitting. It's going to be first and third with 1 out.
On a 3-2 pitch, McNeil moving early to cover the bag. And that left the hole open, and Manassas able to hit
Good piece of hitting.
McNeil had been standing. And runners are at first and third.
Well, another quality at bat from Manassas. You saw him fight off some pitches in the good takes, like I was saying. He likes that ball down and out over the plate. And not trying to pull at all. Sees, knows the runner's going right there, just shoots it through the hole.
Well, Mets 21-28, they didn't shift. The runner was going and McNeil was covering second. That's the reason why. It wasn't the shift.
Easy walk into third base.
How to play like that? What's the read for the second baseman? It's not a stolen base situation. It's a 3-2 guy running. Is he supposed to move that early?
You try to see the play develop before you go. But sometimes that's harder said than done because at the same time, to strike him out.
Because he had 80 pitches in 4 innings in the 5th inning and gave up a 2-run homer and didn't look good the entire game. Not saying Drew Smith was any better right now, but
Luke Boyd with the tying runs on base. Takes a wild cut of the slider well out of the strike zone. It's 1-1. Carrasco pulled after
nope,
giving up
Voigt's a double play candidate, so let's see if the Mets can get that.
And now Voigt with a chance to do some major damage. 0 for 2. Canada made a sliding catch on him in the 4th inning. That slider catch is
Strike 2.
It's 1-2.
Generous call right there. Nice job by Nito making that one look good. That ball's a little off the plate.
Got the call there. See if Drew Smith can capitalize on that bad call by the umpire.
Most of the National League, and Smith could use a strikeout right now. 1-2 coming, and he hits it
Ground ball.
the glove of Smith. McNeil will tag,
And it's a double play. Yeah, good play, Jeff. Run doesn't score. End of inning. Good play by Jeff McNeil for the double play. Got out of that inning with the double play that was needed. 4-2 Mets going to the bottom of the 5th. Good job. Drew Smith let that go, and Jeff McNeil took it, tagged the runner, and threw it to first. Good play. Alrighty, so we got out of that jam. Now we got a bullpen game for the rest of the game now. Assuming David Peterson will probably come in next inning and maybe pitch 2 innings if he looks good, and then work your way to whoever you need to win this ball game at all costs. Again, there is no tomorrow if you don't win today. There ain't no next game until you win today. So until you win game 1, right? That's how it has to go. You win today to play for the next game. That's the way I see it. Mike, thank you so much for the super chat. Let's read your comment real quick. Do you think the Mets would be playing different if Marte was in the lineup? Washington, by the way, thank you so much. I can't say that Marte, if he was in the lineup during the Braves series, that would have made the ultimate difference in the Mets winning at least one game. I can't say that. You could have said that about any game, right? Right? If Marte was playing in that national series at home, right after we came back from Pittsburgh, could we would have had winning one more game? Yeah. But this team has enough people in the lineup to do some damage and do the job. They didn't. That's the reason. Has nothing to do with Marte, right? DeGrom not holding a lead, Scherzer not holding a lead, Bassett not holding a lead when each of them got leads by the offense. Yes, 1-run leads, 2-run leads. You got to hold it. That had nothing to do with Marte. You know what? When the Mets had first and third and nobody else, we had the bottom of the order up. Marte wouldn't have been up in that situation. So it comes down to the guys who didn't get it done. When the Mets were up 3-1, they had first and third and nobody out. Canna was the 7th hitter at that point. So you had 7, 8, and 9. Marte didn't matter in that aspect. Yeah, could he made a difference in certain parts? Yeah. But I don't think Marte is a big reason why this Mets have 98 wins. But it's not the reason why the Mets ultimately have been playing not at the level that I expect them to play.
The ability to tag him and throw him out.
The second game is usually about 20 to 25 minutes after the first game.
First, if he stops right now that he sees it and makes it chase it down or throws to first base, then we'll give an opportunity for that run to score because it would not be a force at second base if he has to get the runner at first base first. So they're talking about it right there. I think
well, yeah, his replacements weren't that great, but again, it wasn't the reason why the Mets lost the series. It's what got swept by the Braves. It's just not. All right, bottom of the 5th, 4-2 Mets. Mets got to get a couple of runs here. Let's get it done. Escobar leading off.
Weems on the pitch, and he misses low and away with a fastball, ball 1. Yeah, that's something that Buck.
Jordan Weems is pitching for the Nationals.
In particular, especially with a runner at third, because if you do force the second baseman in that situation to throw it to first, then it becomes a timing play. And if the run crosses the plate before you make the tag, then the run would count.
Absolutely. And he had an opportunity. At first, when I saw it, I thought maybe he thought.
Well, Bernard, he's also clutch. But again, it doesn't mean the Marte would have been up in clutch situations every time the Mets didn't get a hit with runners on.
I would say watching him run, it's a hard body to stop.
Yeah,
well, Aaron, the Mets better win this game or the Magic doesn't mean nothing for the Marlins. It'd be very unfortunate if the Mets lose, take 2 out of 3 and the Braves get swept. That would suck.
It was interesting because as the Nationals were taking the field for this inning, we saw Ildemar Vargas, who's a veteran player, talk to Meneses, but we also saw Luis Garcia, who's a young player, talking to Meneses about them playing. Clearly, they were counseling him on what he should have done in that situation, and that's good to see.
And Garcia might have been giving him the perspective as a second baseman because he's like, hey, if I have to chase somebody down, it makes it a tougher play.
Yeah, Jonathan, doubleheader, buddy.
Mets lead cut in half after the 2-run homer by Riley Adams.
Well, Aaron, unfortunately, it wasn't. So, again, can't cry over spilled milk now. They put themselves in this position. They got to find a way out of it. That's the way I see it. That's just feeling sorry for the Mets. And I'm not going to be that guy. Because there was enough players on this team that could have got it done, and they didn't. Well, you can go to the game still. It's a doubleheader. So you'll probably get there because the game's slow. So you'll probably get there by like the 7th or 8th inning, and then you'll get the whole next game. And Escobar strikes out, 1 out. We shall see. I'll be right back, guys. Listen up to the game.
Braves are about half an hour from starting. 6:40, I think, is the first pitch. Jacob Rizzi for the Braves, Braxton Garrett for the Marlins, who shut out the Braves last night behind Jesus Luzardo's 6 scoreless innings and 12 strikeouts. Here's Vogelback, who He's been up twice and struck out looking both times. Most recently in the third, he came up with the bases loaded and nobody out and was caught looking. This is away with a fastball for ball one. In addition to trying to keep the Mets alive in the National League East race today, the Mets are also trying to get Buck Showalter a new milestone today. Buck now has 1,649 wins, which puts him 20th on the all-time managerial win list, one behind Mike Scioscia for 19th place. Be a nice feather in Buck's cap, as by Scioscia, who was such a linchpin of the Angels franchise for so long as their manager, won 2 Vogelback, and who plays a large villainous role in Mets history. If you're not old enough to remember 1988, Game 4, 9th inning. That's about to go up 3-1. Not good. Cruise control. And then Mike Scioscia changed everything. Hit a 2-run homer. Dodgers won in extra innings. Wound up winning the series in 7 games.
Yeah, I was in a conflicted situation. In 1988, I was still a Dodger fan, but playing in the Cardinal system. And Scioscia didn't hit a whole lot of home runs, but I remember that one.
There are certain home runs against the Mets that will always loom large. There was that one in 87. There was the one the previous year by Terry Pendleton off Roger McDowell in a key game coming down the stretch that basically put the last nail in the Mets' coffin as far as trying to catch the Cardinals that year in 87. 3-2 coming, and Vogelback reaches out and flicks it on to left. And Hernandez coming toward the line. 2 out. Mention Alex Call stayed in the game in center field. Alex Call stayed in the game in center field after pinch running from Robles. There he is.
How many times do you think you heard, did you call him off? Did you get the call? It's just, it's a good call.
2 out, here's Canna.
All right, I'm back. All right, sorry about that.
The third after being hit by a pitch and scoring a run on the second. Swings and misses at Weems' first fastball, nothing one.
Not much trickery with Weems.
Mets are 11-0 against the Nationals, scoring 4+ runs.
Top of the zone.
Hopefully, we keep that trend up.
Right. Guy that's probably been more effective as guys have started to pitch effectively up in the strike zone.
Aaron, just the way the schedule was made up. Mets had a lot of games at Citi Field early on, so.
Back in 2011 by the Red Sox. So it's been a long slog for him to become a dependable piece of the Nationals bullpen. He's had a problem with home runs this year. 7 home runs allowed in 37 innings.
2 outs, Canna, 4-2 Mets, bottom 5. The only way it can happen in any scenario delay is the NLCS. No other scenario except the NLCS. No matter if the Braves win the wild card or the Mets win the wild card, somebody's gonna have to go through the Dodgers to get to the NLCS to face the Braves, and the Braves have to make the NLCS. So. And that's a shot, and it should be an out. And the inning going to the top of the 6th, 4-2 Mets. Yeah, but Aaron, you can look at every schedule, every team. The Braves went on the West Coast in September. That's not ideal for a week. You know, you could say that wasn't fair. It is what it is. Got to deal with it. No excuses. So once again, guys, we're going to the top of the 6th. Mets Nationals, 4-2 Mets. Don't forget to hit on that like button if you just tuned in or you just forgot. Please hit on that like button. We got a couple of innings more to go. Mets are trying to stay alive in the NL East. A win for Game 1 will guarantee Game 2 and the Braves game matter tonight. And I think that's what we all want. we all want to still have a chance to scoreboard watch, right? And that's going to be, it's always going to be fun to see that. Again, Mets lose or Braves win gives the Braves the division, and the Mets will be playing on Friday for the wild card game, still determining if it's going to be the Padres or the Phillies. We don't know yet, but we shall see. So all those Met fans that say these are irrelevant games, they don't matter, like my Mets frontrunner that I had the argument with on Twitter, I guarantee you he's watching these games. I can guarantee you he's watching these games. Aaron, the Marlins shut him down. They did it last year too in the last series of the year. They did it last year and they did it this year. I'm not going to kill him on that because they made that decision before the Braves series even started against the Mets. So I'm not going to go crazy on that. It is what it is. The Marlins can still beat the Braves without Contra. They still got very good pitching. It's not like they got, they're not scrubs. They play hard. So. Well, yeah, Atlanta would, if Atlanta wins the division, yes. They will have home field advantage, but it's not like we don't play at Citi Field. We do as well. Again, the month of September wasn't very extremely successful for the Braves either. So, offensively, they had a lot of struggles in certain games, right? The National Series, right before the Mets played them, they didn't score a lot of runs at all in that series. So they sometimes their offense goes into a little struggle as well. And yesterday you saw it. They didn't hit well at all. They didn't get no runs. Again, that can change today, but we'll see. All right. David Peterson is in the top of the sixth, 4-2 Mets.
It's a scoreless inning. Luis Garcia, who's hit 2 balls hard today. What new?
Joe, that would be
David Peterson,
a perfect storybook ending. It just seems it would be that like that.
Coming out of the bullpen, coming in, throwing strikes, and it's something that
it's not
the way he's taken on
good chances, but there's a chance.
They want me to do, I'm here to do it.
Garcia lays off the slider, and it's 2-1. Garcia hit that rising liner to short.
And the Marlins have done it for years against the Braves, the Nationals, the Phillies, and the Mets.
Right field fence in the 4th. Peterson 2-2. Garcia now against the Mets this year.
They had, besides the home runs, they had 4 hits in the series. 5 hits in the series. That was not a home run. And nice play by McNeil to play with that win for the first out. Yeah, I think that's what a lot of people forget about that situation. You can't, like I said, you keep the Braves in a ballpark, you got a good chance of winning. And the Phillies, they played last night, they won. So the Phillies are in the playoffs, obviously, and they still have a chance to get the number 5 seed and face the Mets in the wild card if that's the scenario that happens.
So the Mariners and the Phillies both ending the 2 longest playoff droughts, leaving the Tigers and the Angels, the teams that have gone the longest without making the postseason. As Hernandez turns around about right-handed and cues 1 foul. Well, still to be determined who gets the second wild card and a date with the Mets.
Well, the 2020 Mets had numerous problems. Stroman opted out, Syndergaard, Tommy John. They didn't really have the pitching going in to that 2020 season.
Good change up by Peterson, and so 2 to Hernandez, who got a base hit and stole a base back in the second.
Yeah, there's no way Noah Syndergaard is pitching at Citi Field. I can guarantee that. All right, that's a pop-up. And it's 2 outs. I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to be, if the Phillies face the Mets in the wild card, it's going to be Nola, Wheeler, Suarez. Syndergaard is nowhere near Citi Field. So here's the quote. Who would you want to face in the wild card series? The Phillies or the Padres? I think a lot of people are choosing the Phillies, but I don't like to choose because I think anybody can beat anybody.
And he is the guy the Mets would probably least like to face between those 2 teams, and you probably get Darvish in a game 1 of the wild card series, and that is not a pleasant prospect.
No, he's been very, very good against them and the rest of the league. Right now, it seems to really tie him in knots.
Joe Musgrove comes off a terrific start last night through 6 scoreless innings. He's been hot. Blake Snell has rounded into form, so they can throw 3 really formidable starters at you. Now, the Phillies, Zach Wheeler's healthy now, and he might well get a game 1. Might not be able to go deep into the game, but you know how good he can be. And then you've got Aaron Nola, and then probably Ranger Suarez. But it's a whole different feel to it, right? The Mets know the Phillies so well. They've been so successful against them this year.
That's what I was going to say. And they, even with those very good Philly pitchers, they find ways to grind at bats against them, get them out of the game early enough to get to their bullpen. And as you said, I think they have comfort in playing the Phillies that doesn't necessarily exist with the Padres.
Vargas bounces one over the mound.
It's going to be a hard play by Lindor and gets it done. Ooh. I think he's out.
And Vargas able to beat that out for a 2-out infield hit.
That looked pretty close from here. I thought he got it just by the eye test, but he didn't seem to argue too much.
Mets are going to challenge the call.
I think he might be out right there, and Vargas was trying to help his cause a little bit.
It's really close.
Yeah, that is very, very close.
That ball hit the leather about the same time that the foot hit the bag. Let's see. Maybe you get that overturned, but I'm not sure.
From that angle there, you're seeing the back of the foot. You can't really tell when it makes contact with the bag until the frame later. But
Mets have not challenged a call in a while. They have been wildly successful in challenging. I'm not sure whether they're going to get this one or not. Marvin Hudson and Bill Volke are the crew chiefs in the replay center. The play under review presented by Empire City Casino. The ball is actually...
Oh, it looks like he's out. It should end the inning here, guys. Lion, what's up, buddy?
His foot on the bag there, and I can't tell.
I think it's not, because if you roll it one more and you see the toe come down to hit the bag, and that could be the conclusive shot right there.
Yeah. I think that could be it. That freeze frame might be the telling one.
Looks like he's out, but the call on this field is safe, so it's got to be conclusive evidence. Yeah, I think he's out.
I don't know.
Yeah, we're seeing it 6 times. It still haven't been completely conclusive.
Let's hear.
Let's see.
After review, the call is overturned. The
Yep,
runner's out.
he's out, in and over.
Another victory for Harrison and the Mets replay room.
All right. So,
-6.
Mets get out of the inning. Going to the bottom of the 6th, 4-2 Mets. Keith broke his, shoulder or collarbone? Once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. And once again, for all baseball fans, not just for baseball tickets or concerts, events, anything you want to buy, go into the description underneath this video, click on the TickPick link, and you get $10 or 10% off your first purchase on TickPick. So if you're looking to buy some playoff tickets for your team, save a couple of bucks to use in stadium or for parking or for transportation. Make sure you click on that link. You get $10 or 10% off your first purchase. So make sure you do that, and make sure you use it because it's available to you guys. It's a link that me and TickPick worked out. Get that there and enjoy the extra money in your pocket. Anybody can use a little bit of extra dollars, right? These games are not cheap, obviously. It's expensive at the stadium, so saving a few bucks can never hurt anybody. So click on that link. It's good for the remainder of the season. And also will be available for the playoffs as well. So make sure you take advantage of it now. And there will be other things that I'm going to do. Just so you know, guys, during the off season, there will be Super Saturdays and Super Sundays just to keep the channel going, especially right after the World Series and the first 3 to 4 weeks. There's not much to talk about except what could the Mets do, what could baseball do, whatever the rules are and stuff like that. So to keep the channel moving and running, gonna have like Super Saturdays, Super Sundays, get a couple of super chats and super stickers and donations to the channel just to help it grow a little bit more, and more about sharing the channel, right? On your social media pages to share the channel, share the stream, share the videos, so more people can, during the off season, get to know the channel and see if they like it. Again, not everybody has a unique taste, right? You don't have to like this channel, but to make it more available to people, to share it on your social media pages. You can do that now if you want, but I just want to make sure that we stay connected during the off season before the hot stove starts to get kicked off. Aaron, well, I wouldn't want to do that. You want to piss off a team that you're trying to beat. All right, there we go. Nick Quinn is leading off the bottom of the sixth, 4-2 Mets.
Struck out in both his at-bats. They both came against Corey Avenue at the first 4 innings. Struck out 6, but walked 4 and gave up 4 runs in his 4 innings of work. Naquin, Nito, and Nemo against Williams, who retired the side in order in the 5th.
Be nice to get some runs here.
That one by Naquin. It's 0-2.
I talked about it earlier. Naquin has just seemed a little off balance, a little bit undecided. Today, late on a lot of fastballs, and then gears up early sometimes, and then gets beat by the off-speed pitch.
This is a 22. Now Ottavino getting ready to pitch the 7th.
Ottavino warming up to pitch the 7th. Ken, I have no idea how these guys still remain in the league sometimes. Strike 3, Nick Quinn, another strikeout, 1 out.
Second strikeout for Williams. Here's your high-speed hitting brought to you by Spectrum Mobile. It's tie. Brandon Nimmo, Joey Meneses, home run ground out. Who gets the event?
I think the home run was the contest.
Watching David Peterson in that last half inning, I think it's really instructive how he has worked himself more and more into the circle of trust for Buck Showalter. There was a long time when
he can't connect on the ball and can't put back the ball, you don't have no power. When he hits the ball, he hits it hard. He just doesn't hit it often.
And what they both have in common is the ability to get right-hand hitters out.
Yeah, both of them do. David, you even saw it in that last inning. Back-to-back changeups, even 0-2, to get a right-hander out. I think that's a weapon for him. Sometimes as a reliever, you think you got to come in and be fastball slider, just a 2-pitch guy. Hit the 3 pitches have been effective.
And of course, Joel's main pitches is changeup.
Nito pops it up. Was not happy with that swing at all. 2 outs.
So it means to settle things down. He's faced 5 and retired all 5. We mentioned the Nats bullpen has really been going well coming down the stretch. And they're missing a lot of pieces, but last 11 games, their bullpen ERA is 1.58.
All right, so 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th.
It's not a fit night out for man.
Brandon Nimmo coming up.
But then again, here we are.
Hit a home run his last at bat.
We got
A little bit of misting coming in. Wind blowing like crazy. It's just going to get colder and wetter the rest of the night.
I know you're a big dog lover. My daughter Mackenzie and her boyfriend Chase got themselves a Cavapoo today.
Cavapoo, so it's like a Cavalier King.
The dogs are much happier than the people.
Crossed with a boot.
Indeed it is, and it's what I know about dogs, very, very cute and rambunctious and spunky.
Can I tell you something? I would not have my dogs here when it's this cold. I wouldn't like it so much, and I don't think they would either.
Like, this is not exactly the bark in the park we had in mind.
Like Great Danes do not like to be out in the rain. My Basset Hound, she'll go out in anything. She's queen of adventure. 1-2 to Demo, who's had the big day today for the Mets.
Well, that golden retriever is happy because he's eating the pretzel.
3 and 4 men runs. dress warmly. And don't share your beer.
He's more interested in that pretzel.
They go and treat it like, give me some pretzel.
I'm sure the dog is too. Nothing but good dogs here tonight. Good boys, good girls.
Boys, good girls.
I have no idea, Kim. This is like the third one of the year.
That's game in the rain and cold. Still wear that scarf.
Loyal, if not necessarily patient. 1-2 to Nemo.
And 2-2 to Nimmo. Dav and I will be at the playoff game. Depending on, most likely not game 1, but definitely game 2. If it's a wild card series. And definitely game 1 or 2 in the NLDS if that's the case. Whichever scenario happens.
This afternoon. It's the first time the Mets and Yankees have ever won 98 or more in the same season.
Come on, Brandon.
Ever. Fights were on. Should be an interesting October. New York baseball. Both teams have had such ebbs and flows this year. Maybe more so the Yankees. Maybe the Mets have been a little more consistent. But then again, they've had the stronger opposing force to have to battle with the Braves in their division. Although Toronto certainly is formidable in the AL East. That's lined the other way of foul ball. Well, that's the lineup if the season ended today. Mets would be the wild card and take on the Padres. Cardinals would play the Phillies, Dodgers, and Braves waiting. Rays and Guardians, Mariners, and Blue Jays, with the Yankees and Astros lying in wait.
It's an interesting point you raised earlier about the Phillies and the Padres.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, 3, full count to Nimmo.
You're not going to tank games. That's not what you do. But for instance, the Phillies tonight are starting Ranger Suarez. And Rob Thompson said he's going to pitch 4 innings.
Right.
And then that will be his tune-up for Game 3 of the wild card series, potentially against the Mets or the Cardinals. Now, if the Phillies really cared about getting that second spot, they wouldn't be throwing Suarez.
And there's a base hit for Nimmo to the left side. 2-out hit for Nimmo.
Double, a home run, and now an opposite field single as Nimmo finds the hole.
Ken, you know it's going to be Cole.
The Mets have their first base runner against Jordan Williams.
Very good at bat for Nimmo. Fights off a couple of tough pitches. Fouls the fastball and then gets the slider, waits back on it, just shoots it through the hole. I've seen Nimmo do that so effectively all season long. Battle, get a pitch you can handle, and hit it through the hole.
They might pop him on because he just had surgery, so I don't know how upper he's for.
For 3 today.
JL, no. Unfortunately, I got to go to work. So only game 1.
13-game hitting streak into Atlanta. Cooled down.
Joe, I said this from the beginning. I think the Astros are going to be very tough to beat for anybody. So I'm choosing them right now. I know people hate them, but people are not giving them enough credit. Well, it'd be nice for Lindor to hit a shot here and give the Mets a 6-2 lead. Get him going.
6 hits today. And Nimmo has half.
Joe, I think anybody can win it all. If you make the playoffs, anybody can win it.
Has 2. That fastball foul back. It's over 2.
Lindor, honestly, you could just tell what he's doing wrong. He's dropping his back shoulder and he's having uppercut swings. It's been his big problem when he slumps. He drops that shoulder. And when you drop your shoulder, you have an uppercut swing almost every time you swing. When Lindor's going well, he has a great level swing.
Lindor down the count with 2.
And he strikes out to end the inning. That was a terrible at-bat by Lindor. Well, got to get Lindor going because if you don't have Lindor going, I don't care if you got Marte or not. You guys ain't Mets ain't going anywhere. And Joe, nobody should be shocked if that happens, to be honest with you. So going to the top of the 7th, Ottavino coming in a bowl game in the 7th, 4-2 Mets. Yeah, Joe, listen. If anybody is shocked by if it would be a Phillies-Guardians World Series, if anybody's shocked, you haven't watched baseball over the last 10 years. Because baseball playoffs, especially after the wild cards been added to this postseason platform, it's been like this for a while now. And if you're a baseball fan who pay attention to the playoffs, it's not exactly what anybody should expect anymore. You know, if this was 20, 25 years ago, usually the best 2 teams, or at least the top 3 or 4 teams, are usually the last 4 standing. In the last 10 years, that hasn't been the case. There's always a shocking team or a surprise team that gets to the NL or ALCS, either gets that far and plays a great series, might lose, or sometimes go into the World Series. So it's just the way the baseball playoffs has been. The baseball playoffs has been a lot like the NHL playoffs, where you just make it and anything can happen, right? The St. Louis Blues snuck into the playoffs a couple of years ago, barely made the playoffs, and won the Stanley Cup, right? Nobody predicted that at all. As long as you make it, you have a chance. That's why when everybody's like, oh, I would like to face the Phillies. And the Braves are like, oh, we don't care who you face. Well, yeah, you do. Because no matter who you're facing, even if you are better on paper, that team can beat you in the playoffs. These are not the Nationals. These are not the Marlins. These are not the Royals. These are not any bad team in the league. You're facing teams that proved to be good enough, or at least a really good team, making the playoffs, right? I don't think there's any team that's less than 10 games over 500, if I'm not mistaken. So that's the way it is. And baseball is a lot like the NHL playoffs now. Well, mine, I haven't said that, but some Met fans are. That's just their opinion. I think they're foolish. Because we wouldn't be where we are if it wasn't for Lindor this year, just so everybody knows. All right, top of the 7th, 4-2 Mets. Ottavino's in the game.
State that made his big league debut with Cleveland earlier this year, picked up on waivers by the Nats in August. Slider came inside and tucked around him. Ball on the strike. Riley Adams, who homered his last time up, is on deck.
And the Red Sox weren't supposed to beat the Yankees in the wild card game either, and they did. Again, you make the playoffs, you have a chance. It's just that simple. All you got to do is get hot at the right time. You know what? Maybe you face a team that you have a good matchup against. Grant, what's up, buddy? You know, it's just amplified because right now, in the last 3 weeks of the season, Lindor hasn't been good. Come on, Adam. Strike 2. Grant, another long day at the bar?
Two out Sunday night in the game the Mets trail. This is away. It's 3-2.
Tough take right there. That's that pitch that looks like it's going to be the fastball.
All right. Can't walk anybody in these scenarios right here. Well, Devin, in Lindor's career, he's been a very good postseason player and clutch. Look at his numbers with Cleveland. And that wasn't like 6 years ago. It was only a couple of years ago.
Ottavino seems more comfortable at 3-2 throwing that slider. A strike slider is tough as a hitter. I can tell you from guys like Jeff Nelson or Mike Jackson, when I played, tough to be able to hang in there on that when they've got that 92-mile-an-hour fastball to go with it.
As that slider
And he
comes down
walks
to ball
him.
4, and so Calder's drawn a leadoff walk, and that will get Riley Adams to play as the tying run. Second one issue today by Mets pitcher. So now Adams, who got one up in the jet stream.
All right, so Adams, the one that hit the 2-run homer, is coming up with the tying run at the plate.
He hit that ball well. That ball was a slider down and out over the plate that I thought was going to be a fly ball when he first hit it. But
Braves and Marlins just got on their way, so I'm going to leave you with the score of the Braves and Marlins game since it's very relevant at this point. Mets win, stay alive.
Really been taking liberties on Ottavino. Only one pitcher in the National League has given up more stolen bases than Ottavino, which is stunning, considering, as a relief pitcher, he had thrown that many innings.
Oh, Christian, that's awesome. 84. Hopefully he's doing well, staying healthy, and staying strong.
He's given up 24. I would think even down by 2 runs in the 7th that stolen base has got to be in play here. Fastball in for a strike to Adams, 0-1.
he's made an effort to try to keep the guys closer, but he just, with that delivery, with that big slider, he's got to get his body in the right position to be able to throw it effectively, and that just takes time. He's a big man.
It's always been an issue for him. But I think
there you go, Grant.
Whether it's coming
Dedicated.
to the National League again after a few years in the American League, but it just seems as though teams have gone to school on him more so than in the past in terms of what liberties you can take against Adam.
Come on, Adam, let's go. All right, good pitch, jammed a little bit. 0-2.
Back it's 0-2.
I think part of the issue is this big man. He's a little more deliberate, a little slower to the plate, but he also doesn't have a quick move. Like Taijuan Walker's a big man that has an exceptional move to first base and keeps the guys close. Now with Ottavino, he's got a very slow move to first base, so guys can get a bigger lead, a bigger jump.
0-2 to Adams. What helped Ottavino early in his career is that he pitched in Colorado, where nobody wanted to steal a base anyway, because nobody wanted to run themselves out of an inning. 0-2 coming, and Adams lays off the slider, 1-2.
We talked about Taijuan Walker.
Robert, not at the moment.
Well,
The Phillies will play the Cardinals, and the Mets will play the Padres at the moment.
His feet, and they're so quick, like a basketball player, that he gets the ball over there and delivers it quickly. Ottavino takes a full step and a stride, and then has the long arm action to throw it to first base.
Big lead for Cole. Not going.
And he strikes out. 1 out. Good strikeout by Adam.
So Ottavino takes care of Adams.
Good slider right there. Adams thinking he might try to backdoor that fastball, but never a chance.
You mentioned Jeff Nelson, and that's the guy who reminds me of the most, where that slider sweeps across the plate.
Yeah, there's times where it looks like it starts at your hip and it freezes you for a strike, and then where you think it's going to be a fastball on the outside corner, you wave it and it's a foot outside. There's that slow move that we talked about. It's a full step, which is the thing that if he was able to improve that and do a little bit more of a jump move, a little quicker step to first, that might hold the runners a tiny bit closer.
Lane Thomas has an infield hit and a walk. Struck out his last time up against Drew Smith. Ottavino at least working hard on Call, who's yet to make a move to try and run. 3 steals and 5 tries for Call this year.
Here it is. That one he tried to jump step a little bit, and it's a tiny bit quicker.
It's all good, Robert. No problem. We make mistakes.
Thomas
Nice
slider
pitch.
for a strike, 0-1. Thomas has had just 2 career at-bats against Ottavino. One of the 2 was a home run.
Come on, Adam. Let's go.
Dangerous hitter, 17 home runs on the year. one foul.
Atlanta has 1 on, 1 out in the top of the first.
You see a base stealer, a potential base stealer, without the other mitt or gloves or something to protect his hands. Instead, he's got a thumb guard like a hitter. That must be his only protection from the jam of the thumb into the bag. That must be his only protection. It's interesting.
If he wants to slide feet first, imagine that. There he goes. It's outside.
Going,
from his knees.
and he's out. Ooh, close. He might have got in there by a little bit, but it's close. They're going to look at it.
First, Jeff thinks he might have had a chance because that ball entered his glove. Nito does a good job again from his knees. Doesn't quite get it up on it. Short hops.
Ooh,
In his glove and
close.
off the leg right when he makes contact with the ball. Boom.
Oh, he's safe. Just got it in.
Got it right there. I think
Well,
that's
the Mets have already won a challenge today. They got a reversal on the
And they are challenging it.
in the sixth.
It's close.
That's now
Could go either way.
36 times this year.
The call on the field is safe, so it got to be conclusive evidence.
9 of the 36. That's 81%. which
Gavin,
is
that's a loser mentality, though.
among Major League
You still go for the
teams.
division no matter what.
Remarkably successful. And
Let's
now they're
see.
gonna challenge again, and we'll see if they get this
Oh,
one.
he might be out. He might be out.
Jeff had his foot in there and it ticked his foot, but I think even without that, that ball hit his glove while his glove was already in contact with Call, and I think he's out.
He might be out, guys. Let's see.
It's going to be a close one, but then the last one was close too. I mean, he had the ball on his rear end.
I think they can go either way. Again, it's the call is safe on the play on the field, so it's got to be 100% conclusive. So I'm not gonna get mad if they call him safe because that's really close. Hey, got him out. All right, nice throw, Nito. 2 outs. Good job.
30 out of 37 challenges this year that the Mets have gotten the call overturned.
Great call. Great review.
Talking before about all the candidates for Mets MVP this year, it might be Harrison Greenland.
He's been unbelievable. He had to do it in real time and be so darn accurate. And to your point earlier, knowing which ones to challenge that haven't.
All right, nobody on. 1-2 count to Thomas.
So 2 out of nobody on that.
And Nimmo, right to Nimmo, and the inning is over. There you go. Good play by Nito, who just seems to always make some type of play in a game, offensively or defensively, to make some type of influence on a game. And he's done it again with his arm. And another nice play by Nito. Adivino pops Thomas up. And now we're going to the bottom of the 7th. 4-2 Mets. And I saw this. Joe sent me a tweet from Mike Puma about what Mark Canha said yesterday. Listen up, guys. We weren't in this to win the NL East. That wasn't the goal in spring training. The goal was to win the World Series. We can still do that, and we need to prepare ourselves for that road. Again, reading that first few sentences, you're like, wait, what? Who said that? But then when you read the last few sentences, you're like, okay. Made me feel better about that comment for a second. All right, so Miami got out of that top of the first. No score in Miami. So good job by the Marlins doing what they had to do in the bottom of the first to get out of that inning with a little bit of a threat for the Braves, first and third. Didn't get a run in. Going to the bottom of the first. Marlins coming up against Jake Odorizzi. Yeah, I'm telling you guys. I am telling you. Jacob, I didn't time you out. It might have been a moderator. Again, I don't control. I have full control over blocking people or timing people out. But again, I've told you this earlier. And the last couple of streams during the Braves games, YouTube wants more moderators, and I got to give control to the moderators to do their job, and that's what they're doing. I don't know what you said. I might have missed it. I didn't block you or time you out. I didn't do that. I didn't even know you were. So clearly somebody did. And if they did, I give them full authority to do what they need to do. Because YouTube wants moderators to be a little bit more strict. Again, I don't know what you said, but you were timed out. Again, that's if a moderator wants to say they timed you out, that's up to them. But they don't have to. All right, Andres Machado in the game, bottom of the 7th, 4-2 Mets.
But he's been a reliable guy for these guys this season.
Jeff McNeil leads off. Jeff's been on.
All right, Jeff, keep that average up, 328. McNeil hits a fly ball. Uh-oh. Damn it. Runs it down at the 1-inch track.
So McNeil retired for the first time tonight. He had that one a pretty good ride.
Jeff almost got that one in the jet stream. I think, once again, like we saw earlier, that ball wasn't expected by Call to go that far, and he ended up having to trace it down to the track.
So Jeff now 2 for 3, still at 328. 3 points ahead of Freddie Freeman for the league lead. I also mentioned about McNeil. He's got 2 hits today. 6 straight multiple hit games, which is too shy of the club record, which is held by.
All right, Pete up. Nobody on, 1 out. Bottom 7.
8 straight multiple hit games in 1979. People said the secret trick didn't work out. David Wright hit 7 straight in 2011. So McNeil will be chasing that mark the next couple of days. Here's Alonso's walked twice and popped up 0 for 1. I want to go back to the Mets' success rate in challenging calls. This is amazing. That's lineup.
And base hit for Alonso.
For the 3rd time today.
Stayed on that slider and kept a level swing.
Slider for a 1-out single.
Delight, we are. But when you're playing in the season when you have probably 100 wins, you think about World Series. That's what you do.
Overturned 2 calls today. They're now 30 of 37, 81%. Second best in the majors, the Cleveland Guardians, 59%.
Well, it feels that way when you watch these games every day. It feels like, oh, if they challenge it, it's going to get overturned, and it's phenomenal how accurate they've been.
Escobar hits one, and the wind is going to keep it in the ballpark. 2 outs.
I think Escobar thought he got that, and I think maybe Machado thought he got it at first. But you look up in the air, and the wind is blowing in from right field on that direct line. Might have helped it up a little bit.
Maybe it's our camera people that get the challenges overturned.
Jacob, again, I've said it a million times.
Chance of overturning the calls.
If I want to go matchup-wise, yeah, probably the Phillies, but I don't like to do that because anybody can beat anybody. It's just that simple.
Because neither one of them you could have told in real time. No.
All right, Bogey's up, 2 outs, 1 on.
Several views of each one to determine that they were overturnable, and yet Harrison made the call within 15 seconds. Yep. I don't know how he does it. Vogelback's 0 for 3 today.
Sorry, guys, I didn't put the Brave thing back on. Sorry about that. And Vogelback gets a base hit, opposite field, 1st and 2nd, 2 outs. I like to see Vogelback do that a little bit more, especially when they shift on him, which they always do.
Vogelback been frustrated on some balls in that he's taken for strikes. Goes out and gets that one off the end of his bat. Said, okay, I'll take
that. As the Breweries always do, they seem to choke. They're another team. They're similar to the Padres. They play well, and then they fall apart. But again, you just never know, right? You just never know. Again, the Nationals couldn't get past the first round of the playoffs for how many years? And then they win the World Series. So who knows?
I don't know if it was really day or night. Especially
I'm a Cowboys fan, Jacob.
Stays light to get to the end of the game.
So the Braves didn't score at the top of the 1st against Braxton Garrett. Marlins batting at the bottom of the 1st against Jay Goder.
All right, Marcana's up with a man in scoring position. Hit a couple of ball hard today, but didn't find some grass.
Out of 6 positive outcomes. 3 wins against the Nats and 3 Marlins wins against the Braves. They're 1 for 1.
No, because the Mets aren't the 1 seed. They would be the 4 seed.
Drove it around with a sac fly in the third. Also been hit by
If they win the
Bridge
wild
0 for
card.
1. 1-1. Don't forget we've got a second game tonight. Half an hour after this one ends, Taijuan Walker goes in the nightcap against Paulo Espino. Keep it tuned.
I think the interesting thing is going to be something you brought up earlier to me is if these are ifs, if the Mets win 2 tonight and the Braves lose 1 tonight, because then how do you manage tomorrow?
And the way baseball has the last day of the season set up.
Ground ball should be the end of the inning. And it is. So the Mets don't score in the bottom of the 7, going to the top of the 8th. 4-2 Mets. All right. So the Braves, the Marlins didn't score in the bottom of the 1st, going to the top of the 2nd in Miami. Oops. All right, there we go. Once again, guys, thank you for tuning in to Watch Party for Mets versus Nationals. Mets still have a slim but a chance to still get this NL East if the Braves lose tonight. The Mets obviously got to win game 1 or it's irrelevant. And so all we got to do is win game 1 and scoreboard watch for game 2, and the Mets got to still take care of business. So there's still a hope. And, you know, it will be fun if it does go down to tomorrow. Both teams, everybody plays the same time. So nobody can get an advantage either way looking at the scoreboard. So everybody's got to play their players and put their pitchers in. And the possibility could be very fun tomorrow if it comes down to game 162. Again, the Mets could sweep the Nationals, but if the Braves win 1 game, the Mets are the wild card team. The Braves are the division winners. So we shall see. Oh, that's right, Jacob. I was at the Giants game when they played the Panthers with my family because they're mostly Giant fans. So, but come on, man. You already know Cooper Rush was the best player on the field at MetLife the other night on Monday night. JL, yeah, but it's possible. You know, it's like, you know, it would be a good series. But again, I mean, listen, that would be fun. I'm not going to lie. That would be fun. Yeah, I might even take a little trip to Atlanta for the games just to get into the playoff atmosphere, you know? Especially at Truist Park where I haven't been yet. So that would be cool. Yeah, but the Cowboys defense pretty good. All right, Adam Ottavino's coming out for a second inning. 4-2 Mets.
Leading off in the 8th.
Top of the 8th.
Backdoor slider in for a strike, 0-1.
Come on, Adam.
Ottavino walked the leadoff batter in the 7th,
16 pitches for Adam Ottavino. Pitching his second inning.
He was able to face just 3 batters in that 7th inning. Now he gets Abrams.
JL, I'd love to have a beer with you. Or if you don't drink, have a bite to eat. Nice pitch. I can be cordial. I promise. I'll root for my team, but I won't be a jerk. Where's the good spot to go by Truist Park outside the stadium? Any good restaurants? I mean, there probably is. Because all right, ground ball. Not going to be an easy play. Oh, he dropped it. Damn it, Adam. Ottavino missed the ball, and he would have had him at first, but Abrams goes to second on the error by Adam Ottavino. All right, JL, cool. All right, runner on second with nobody out. Ottavino should have caught it. That was a good throw by Pete. Ottavino just butchered it. He had it. He would have been out. Yeah, took his eye off the ball there, looking for the bag. Yep. Yep. Well, JL, which one do you think is a good one, in your opinion? All right, so Diaz is warming up.
regardless of trying to give Edwin time, I think this is a good time for both Lindor and Nito to go to the mound because Ottavino obviously
As the Mets always do, they got to make it interesting.
and you don't want him carrying that into the next batter, especially
Well,
guys.
here's an interesting thing.
Right here,
Adam Ottavino is pitching the second inning, 18 pitches. He's definitely not pitching in game 2 and probably not pitching tomorrow. So you clearly see Bucks trying to hold on to Lugo for at least the next game, but this game could be in jeopardy. And Meneses is dangerous. He's beating the Braves, he's beating the Mets, he's beating the Phillies.
His power on deck. Doesn't take Diaz long to be ready. Meneses 13 home runs in less
Come on,
than
Adam.
2 months in the big leagues. It's
Oh,
slider and
that was a
fastball.
hanging
It's
pitch.
0-2.
Not a good pitch.
2 good pitches right there by Otto, and it looks like he's still upset about the missed play and determined.
Yeah, but Jacob, they also haven't played nobody. Again, you never take back a win, right? You win in football. But they honestly haven't faced a real quarterback yet. So until they do, they're probably going to win ball games. But you never know. Ground ball. And Alonso tags first, 1 out. Man on third, 1 out. No, Jacob, he will. I guarantee you that. Diaz pitched very little this month. You use him if you have to. I'm sorry.
I think you give Otto this batter. I think he's got.
Come on, Adam.
Luke's a guy that can chase that slider especially. So obviously you got to be careful with him. He's a guy that can hit it out of the ballpark. But that batter right there, Meneses, I think might have made Buck's decision for him right here. Pitched in 3 really good quality pitches.
Boyd's 0 for 3 tonight, and he's 0 for 3 in his career against Ottavino. Time run at the plate. And Boyd swings at the first pitch fastball. A lot of play.
Right.
He felt it back, 0-1.
JO, yeah, I streamed a couple of playoff games last year. So if the Mets don't make it, of course, those are always fun series for sure. Again, my worst nightmare would be the Braves and Yankees, but still, it's baseball.
Back with a 2-run lead. Boyd lays off the slider, a ball and a strike.
I don't like Adam Ottavino
That's a 1 for 10.
with Luke Voigt up because he's got a very slow bat, and that slider can speed up his bat, which worries me. Ottavino needs to use his fastball a little bit with his long swing with Luke Voigt. Come on, Adam.
That he wanted to offer it that time. It was a good idea. I think that was good pitch selection. Right there, you go slider away, but with Luke, if you're going to throw the fastball like Meneses, get it in on his hands.
Luis Garcia, Ben Killer, waiting on deck. 2-1 to Voigt.
Nice pitch. There you go. See? Go to the fastball. He has a slow bat. Long swing. Don't speed up his bat with that slider. He had no chance on that fastball. Keep it that low or let her high. He's not hitting it with the fastball. Don't speed up his bat with that slider. I don't understand that.
3 times Ottavino's thrown that slider out of the strike zone, and 3 times Voigt has been able to stop it.
He doesn't want to make a mistake with that pitch, but
All right, full count the Voigt.
enough times this year to know that
26 pitches for Adam Ottavino.
he doesn't mind getting a 3-2 because he thinks he can come back and beat him with that slider on 3-2.
3-2 coming to Voigt.
Struck him out. 2 outs.
Strikeout for Ottavino.
Finally got them to chase that slider. All right. Well, here we go. Edwin Diaz with a 4-out save.
Well, we talked about it. That was still a ball, but Voigt up there having to believe that he might try to come in with the fastball. Beats him on the good slider right there.
Ottavino gets 5
Oh,
outs.
Diaz is coming in. 4-out save. Here we go.
Get the last 4. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Nissan, 4-2 New York. We'll be right back.
All right. Well, we shall see. 4-out save for Diaz. Man on third with 2 outs. 2-run lead for the Mets. And what I'm seeing here is Atlanta has first and second with 1 out in the top of the second. So, once again, guys, thank you for tuning in today, sticking with me throughout the last 3.5 hours. Again, I'm not doing game 2, but obviously game 1 is still important for the Mets. They got to win to make game 2 even relevant. And we will see if the Mets can hold on and win this game and give them a chance for game 2 while the Braves are playing. So the Braves obviously already started. So game 2 of the Mets, the Braves will be probably about 3, maybe 4 innings ahead by the time the second game starts. So here we go. Diaz is coming for a 4-out save. Mets got to win. And make sure check out the link below in the description for Tick Pick to get your sports or events or concerts $10 off your first purchase. Click on that link below. Buy your playoff tickets. You have a concert you want to go to, you get 10% off. Sporting events, you get $10 off. Just click on that link and save some money, guys. Let me see. Sorry. All right, so now it's 2 outs with 2 on in the top of the second for Atlanta. Well, that is a good sign, but again, Joe, we talked about this. The Marlins pitching is no joke. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have good pitching, no matter if it's Alcantara or not. All right, Diaz, top of the 8, 2 outs, going for the 4-out save. 2-run lead for the Mets. Runner on third.
He's not used regularly.
There we go.
He's not used in save situations. Goes out, finds a way to motivate
Come on,
himself
Edwin.
and dominate.
Luis Garcia, 2 out and a runner at third. He takes the first slider.
Strike
for a
one.
strike, 0-1.
Eric, I have ticket for game 1. I'm probably going to stream game 1 and go to game 2. If that's the scenario that happens for the Mets.
4 outs or more this year. Trying for another tonight. Abrams at third and 2 out. And Garcia takes the slider out of the strike zone, 1-1.
And the Braves scored a run with 2 outs in the top of the first. 1-0 Braves.
Diaz. He was still upset with himself for dropping that throw at first base. Absent that, he would have had 2 clean innings.
Come on, Edwin.
And Garcia fouls
Another
off the
slider,
slider,
1-2.
Straight breaking balls from Diaz, and he's up in the count 1-2. Braves have got a run at the top of the second in Miami. Braves 1, Marlins 0. One and 2 to Luis Garcia.
All right, 4 sliders in a row
2 strikes.
to Garcia.
Garcia's been very good and very tough, at least against the Mets. Hasn't chased on some of those pitches that are the pitcher's
Come on, Edwin,
pitches.
let's go.
Feels locked in. You got to be careful with him. Missing with the slider in the zone.
Throwing 4 straight sliders to start the at-bat.
And he strikes him out to end the inning. 5 straight sliders, strikes out Garcia to end the 8th inning. Mets lead still 4-2. Bottom of the 8th coming for the Mets. Once again, watching looking at the Brave game, it's top of the second. Braves got an RBI single by Acuna. First and third, 2 outs. 1-0 Atlanta so far. Well, JL, yeah, it did. It gives you the tiebreaker, right? Even if, right? Again, if tomorrow is going to matter, the sweep still gives you the tiebreaker, right? The Mets can win, the Braves can win, it doesn't matter, right? Because they would be the same record, and you would win the tiebreaker, which is another reason why the Mets kind of screwed the bid on that one, because all they needed was to win 1 game, and all they had to do was win these 2 games today, and it wouldn't matter what the Braves did, and they didn't do that. So what can he do? All you can do is look forward, right? You can't look backwards. You can't cried over spilled milk. I said this a lot over the last couple of days. All right. So bottom of the 8th, 4-2 Mets. Diaz came in for one batter and struck him out, and is obviously going to come out for the 9th unless the Mets go and put up 3-4 runs, and it's not a safe situation. There's no reason to waste him an inning if you don't have to. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Freaking game day just froze on me. Jesus Lord. All right, so it's 2nd and 3rd in the top of the 2nd, 1-0 Atlanta. I don't know if it was a wild pitch, stolen base, can't tell you. But that's what's happening at the moment. Well, but there's nothing bad to say about Diaz. Every time everybody thought he's going to blow a game, he doesn't. All right, so the Marlins got out of it. Only giving up 1 run, going to the bottom of the 2nd. So it wasn't an inning that I thought the Braves were going to have a little bit more runs, seeing the way with that 2-out RBI. But Marlins pitch well. See if they can get some offense going. All right, Naquin leading off, bottom of the 8th.
For his 2nd inning of relief, a rough night for Naquin, striking out all 3 times. Nito and Nemo to follow for the Mets in the 8th. Against Machado, who is working on a streak of 18 2/3 innings without allowing an earned run. He hasn't allowed an earned run in 2 months. Worked around a couple of hits in the 7th, getting Marcano on a comebacker to end the inning. Now 1-1 to Naquin. Braves got just the 1 run at the top of the 2nd on a Ronald Acuna RBI single, so they go to the bottom of the 2nd.
Well, that was the reason why the Braves got out of the inning. The Marlins got out of for the bad strike 3 call. Well, you know what? The Braves better not let the umpire get to their head. They're too good of a team to let the umpire swing the bat. Right? That's the way I see it. That's what I tell my Mets players to do. Stop yelling at the umpire. Swing the freaking bat.
First time since 2017 that the Brewers will not be in the postseason.
Correct, Alien. That's it, DeGrom. Again, the Mets can, if tomorrow becomes a day where the Mets and the Braves still don't know if they're a division winner or not, you have to pitch DeGrom tomorrow if the opportunity calls for it. But if the Braves win today or the Mets lose today, or one of the 2 games that the Mets play, then you don't pitch DeGrom. And Naquin actually hits the ball, but right to the center fielder. 1 out.
Hits a fair ball, and it's pretty hard, but it's a right to Alex Call for the first out. And now Nito, who delivered a base hit, scored around the 2nd. In the top of the 9th, Cesar Hernandez, Gildemar Vargas, and Alex Call will be the 3 scheduled.
Well, Christian, still a possibility.
By the way, if you're wondering about Nelson,
unfortunately, in our case, we screwed up the tiebreaker. 1 out, 4-2 Mets, bottom 8, Nito up.
So I don't think he looms as a pinch hitting threat in the 9th. Nito fouls off the fastball from Machado, 0-1. There's Nelson Cruz, 42 years old. Will this be his last go around? Did you see the send off that Molina and Pujols and Wainwright got?
I did not see it. I was out of the country, but
they took Wainwright out of the game in the 5th inning, and Ollie Marmol at the same time took out Pujols and Molina. They all walked off together in the Cardinals' last regular season home game.
That's terrific. That's as it should be. Those 3 guys. I mean, it's phenomenal that those 3 guys have been.
I tried to cheer for him in, what was it, 07 against the Marlins, 08?
Come together at the end like that, such meaningful players for that organization.
They'll be playing again starting on Friday in the wild card series.
Oh, Nito hits a shot, but doesn't get far enough, and at the edge of the warning track, makes the catch, 2 outs.
Nelson Cruz says he plans to, but who knows if he's going to try and work. Here's Nimmo's 3 hits today.
Nimmo 3 for 4 on the day.
Down and got the 2 big runs to score after the pass ball. And then this was a no-doubter, even though the wind tried to hold it up. And then this was another great at-bat where he shoots it the opposite field now.
Well, if you're thinking cycle, Nimmo has 7 triples this year, which ties
Come on,
up the
Brandon.
National League lead, so it's not beyond the realm of possibility. It's already had 1 cycle this year from Eduardo Escobar in San Diego.
Nimmo needs a triple for the cycle. Home run, double, single so far.
If it doesn't hit Karamov.
Round ball should end the inning, and it does. So the Mets go to the bottom of the 9th. Diaz coming back out for a 2-run save. And see if he can do it. Mets win. They stay alive. And you scoreboard watch for the Braves and Miami, who the Braves have a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the 2nd. So, once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to hit on that like button. If you're new to the channel, new subscribers, say what's up. Let me know where you're from. And once again, if you're a Braves fan, Mets fan, Philly fan, Yankee fan, Dodger fan, don't care. Just say what's up. Let me know where you're from. I like to know where my subscribers are hanging out at. And if your team is in the playoffs, come back, hang out. If the Mets play your team in the wild card or divisional round, whatever it might be, hang out, root for your team. There's no doubt about that. I appreciate you rooting for your team. I never block anybody for rooting for their team. Just make sure you keep it PG when it comes to baseball. You can talk all the crap you want for baseball, but don't make it personal, and that's the most important thing. So, once again, the Braves and the Marlins on the bottom of the 2nd, 1-0 Atlanta. That game is still relevant until it's not. Mets win. It's clearly relevant. And the Mets obviously have to win 3 straight and sweep the Mets. And the Marlins have to sweep the Braves. Again, not very likely, but possible. If there's a way, if there's a will, there's a way. That's the way I see it. Well, Ken, again, I think it would be amazing if Aaron Judge has the season he has this year in the regular season and doesn't hit well in the postseason. How can you say that that season is great, but he's failed in the postseason for the Yankees so far? All right, top of the 9th, 4-2 Mets. Diaz out for the save.
Diaz came on to get the last
All right, Miami got 1 on, 1 out.
Vargas and Call in the top of the 9th. As the Mets try and keep their at least hopes slimly alive. Up and away to Hernandez.
Go ahead, Edwin.
Cesar's 1 for 3 at a base hit, stole a base in the 2nd.
Taiwan Walker in game 2. Nice pitch. 1-2.
Slider, and it's 1-2. Mets have got 4 scoreless innings out of their bullpen already tonight. After Carlos Carrasco wins 4 innings plus. 1-2. In the dirt with the slider, 2-2. Carrasco gave up a 2-run homer to Riley Adams in the 5th. Drew Smith came on to finish off the 5th. Peterson the 6th. Ottavino the 7th, and the first 2 outs in the 8th. And then Diaz struck out Garcia to end the 8th. Now it's Hernandez leading off in the 9th in a 2-run game. And he flies
a ball that might be gone. And Nimmo makes the catch at the warning track. Wow, he crushed that ball. Yeah, that wind pulled that back.
Nimmo ran it down 1 out of the 9th.
That looked like a shot.
That ball might have been hit well enough to get out of the ballpark. Got held up a little bit.
Yeah, that wind definitely held that up. Anything to right field seems like it's dying.
Nimmo goes hard after it. Calls it in the glove.
Brandon knows he hit the ball out that way, and it went out, but not nearly as far out as he had thought. So that ball could have gotten
So 1
the
out,
same way.
2 outs to go.
So 1 Vargas has been up 3 times and grounded out all 3. Switch hitter batting left. And he goes after a fastball and misses nothing.
Fastball at 97. Interesting.
Late movement. Watching this overhead kind of gives you an idea how quickly that ball gets on you as a hitter. You don't have a lot of time, which is why it gets those swings and misses on the slider. You got to be able to be prepared for that 99, 100 mile an hour fastball.
Nice slider. 0-2.
Slider to get ahead 0-2. Sending Vargas down to a knee.
All right, the Marlins got first and third with 2 outs in the bottom of the second.
To a knee and then a look out at
No, 97 is hella fastball. For Diaz, that's slow for a fastball. When he goes 99 to 101, or in some cases 103 at times. Come on, Edwin.
0-2 coming. Away with the fastball at 99. 1-2 to Vargas with Alex Call on deck.
Come on, Edwin.
Diaz nods agreement. 1-2 coming.
Ground ball.
Alonso.
Right to Alonso.
Diaz covers.
2 outs.
2 out. Diaz has to try and get a 4 or more out.
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying at all 97 is fast. I faced 97 in college. I can tell you right now. You could throw 95, and that sucker's fast. But, you know, if you're a major league player and you're looking for a fastball, if it's down the middle, you can hit it. But it's not slow, that's for sure. Yeah, I think so too. It's cold. It's hard to warm up. Check swing and the ball game is over. Mets stay alive in the NL East. Comes down to the Braves losing tonight and the Mets winning game 2. But the Braves game could probably end before the Mets even finish their game 2. So, but Mets did their job game 1, win 4-2, and now you scoreboard watch throughout the rest of the night. Obviously, it's going to be utter importance to watch the Braves game. Hopefully, the Marlins can pull it out. Mets win, got their 99th win of the season. And, well, they do what they can do. And all we can do now is hope the Braves lose and the Mets win tonight. Let's hope Miami does their job and continue to play well against NL East teams. Once again, guys, look at the bullpen. The bullpen, 5 solid innings for them. And the Marlins did not score in the bottom of the second, so it's still 1-0 Braves. Going to the top of the third. All right. So once again, guys, Mets win 4-2. Mets have their slim hopes of the NL East still alive by winning game 1. And now we all hope that the Marlins can find a way to beat the Braves tonight. And the Mets can win game 2, and then it all comes down to 162. Braves lost, Mets win. Mets win the division. Both win, Braves win. Mets lose, Braves win the division. So it's at least coming down to game 161, and we'll see how it goes. So once again, guys, thank you for tuning in. Mets versus Nationals. Mets win 4-2. Keep an eye on that Marlins and Braves game. Braves up 1-0 after 2. Everybody, have a good night. Let's go, Mets. Let's go, Marlins. Have a good night. See you next time, guys.
We got the teamwork to make the dream work. Let's go. Let's go. We're gonna make it this time. We're gonna take it home. Let's go. Let's go. Do it. Do it. Make it happen. Where there's a Met man, you'll find a Mets fan. Let's go. For all your Mets cheerleaders.